we are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India.
E-Conclave. The theme of the conclave is re-strategize Indian infrastructure growth and preparedness for global play. We have very eminent speakers at the opening session of the infrastructure conclave. Dr. Zunaid Ahmed, Country Director, India, the World Bank, and Dr. Amita Prasad, IAS, Chairperson, IWAI. Dr. Zunaid Ahmed, a Bangladeshi national, is currently the World Bank Country Director for India. Prior to the assignment, he was the Chief of Staff Office of the President. Prior to his work in the President's office, Mr. Ahmed was the Senior Director for the Water Global Practice, a position in which he brought a strong track record of management and leadership in the area of service delivery and international partnerships, combining intellectual and analytical rigor with strategic operational focus. Mr. Ahmed has also worked in the areas of urban finance and city management, service delivery in federal systems, and local government reform. Mr. Ahmed joined the bank as a young professional in 1991. Working as an economist in Africa and Eastern Europe before joining Africa Infrastructure Unit, Mr. Ahmed spent 10 years in the field, first as the Deputy Resident Representative and Principal Economist in Johannesburg, and then as Regional Team Leader of the Water and Sanitation Program in New Delhi. In 2004, he was a team member of the World Development Report, making services work for poor people. From 2004 to 2008, he was the sector manager for social development in South Asia region and subsequently for urban water and sanitation before taking on the later responsibility for the Africa region in 2010. He was also the Director for Sustainable Development in the Middle East and North Africa region, a position he held from 2012 to 2014. He holds a PhD in Applied Economics from Stanford University, an MPA from Harvard University, and BA in Economics from Brown University. The session moderator is Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya, partner of Boston Consulting Group, India. I'll hand it over to Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya from here to take this session forward.
No, thank you. Thanks a lot. And it's a real privilege this morning to have Dr. Junaid with us. As Arnav mentioned, Dr. Junaid is one of the leaders of the modern day. And what I wanted to do before I hand it over to him, I wanted to lay out that we live in very unprecedented times, I would say. And it's an interesting thing that at the start of last year, I think the world had not envisaged a scenario where we would have had to rethink some of our most basic assumptions that we had taken for granted for a very, very long time. And as the world is emerging from this crisis, I think it's a very important moment to pause, reflect, and think that as we think about the next decade, it's in a way it's very serendipitous that we are emerging from the crisis at the dawn of a new decade. And I think it gives all of us a very unique opportunity to sit back, think hard about what are the priorities and all. I would say we're all aware, infrastructure is the bulwark of a lot of development. Governments across the world have leveraged infrastructure spending as a stimulus for societal development, for decades. And what remains to be seen now is that given that resources might be crunched in the future, in a post-COVID world, how do you optimally use your resources towards coming up with infrastructure that is directly poised to help and assist in societal development while ensuring that growth happens continues to happen at the rate at which it has been envisaged, it was pegged in the last decade. And to give you some examples, right? The government, both the central government and the state governments, have been working round the clock and very hard to ensure that infrastructure remains top priority. And there are many programs that have been launched, pre-COVID, which are now going to see the light of day going forward, whether it is in national highways, ports, airports, our other waterway development systems. So today we have two very distinguished speakers, Dr. Junaid and Dr. Amita Prasad. Both of them, are very, very well versed with the nuances and I would say, the pulls and pushes of the infrastructure sector. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Junaid first to share with us today his thoughts on how does he see the world as it emerges from this from the pandemic crisis, and what does it mean for infrastructure as a whole. Dr. Junaid, good morning, and please, over to you now.
Namaskar, and thank you very much for inviting me. It is very much an honor. I certainly wish Bcc&I in your endeavor today. It's a very important endeavor to look at the role of infrastructure. I think that in many ways, to speak about infrastructure today, one does indeed have to recognize that it is a new world and things are different. But you'll hear in my thoughts and the few words that I will share that there are certain basic things about infrastructure that doesn't change whether or not we're in a different world post-COVID. And these are some of the fundamentals that I think will drive any country's ability to deliver infrastructure. And I want to try and present these, if you will, basic fundamentals from the perspective of India. So let me begin by perhaps referring to three or four examples, drawing some of the principles out of these examples, and then projecting forward what will be needed to ensure the delivery of infrastructure in India. So to begin with, I think one of the most powerful stories driving India today are the freight corridors, EDFC. And here, there are very few countries in the world that have the capacity to have a passenger service on one side and a freight service on another side. The separation of the two, that kind of volume, there are very few countries, Canada being one of them, the US being another. India certainly is in that category. Now, India could have delivered that freight corridor in the traditional public sector mechanism of delivering. But instead, what has India chosen to do? It's created a corporation, and the corporation is the owner of the assets that are being built, these corridors. The EDFC corridor ends in Dhankuni and has a huge impact on Kolkata, which I will come back to. But this asset now belongs to EDFC as a corporate body. That corporate body can go into the capital markets to borrow and fund the infrastructure, and it can run it as an open source network. In other words, it can maintain the networks and invite public and private freight operators to run in it. Now, it's a very different structure of storyline than one that could have been a state-owned enterprise running under fiscal transfers from government, borrowing money from the public sector banks, building the tracks and running its own operations. You know, the old railway model. This is not the old railway model. You are creating, in effect, an airport on wheels, because what it is an airport. Like an airport where you have Air India landing and you have Vistara landing, public and private planes landing in an airport. Similarly, EDFC is a corporate body which will open up for public and private freight operators. And importantly, it has the ability with the revenue sources to go into the capital markets and borrow. A fundamentally different infrastructure service provider. That's example number one. Let me give you an second example, which is the Shimla Water Company. A few years ago, you may have read in the newspapers, and you may have yourself experienced, because Shimla is such a tourist attraction, it faced a major water crisis. Water crisis both from a health perspective as well as from a shortage perspective. It turned to the World Bank and said, we need to invest in a new water source for the city of Shimla. And our response was, fair enough, you can get a new water source, but the problem is that this new water source will arrive into the same leaking bucket that has been distributing water for now decades in Shimla. Because Shimla's water company, quote unquote, was in fact 2 or 3 different agencies run by state government. So these were in fact run like state departments, like government departments. What Shimla did was a very important set of decisions. It consolidated all the water assets, put it under a company structure, handed the company over to the municipal corporation, which has kept an arm's length relationship between the company and the municipality with a governing board. And this municipality runs under company law. It can, within a year or two, as its revenue base goes up, go into the market to borrow. So you've completely turned around a agency, a state-run department, into a water company, a public sector water utility, a modern water utility. And the last 2 years, you have not heard in Shimla about water shortages. In fact, what they're now beginning to do is something that is not visible across Indian cities and towns, indeed South Asian cities and towns, which is 24/7 water services. Right? Fundamental difference. Now, look at the similarity between EDFC and the Shimla water story. It is putting infrastructure service delivery in a corporate body, in a company structure that really follows company systems in order to deliver services. After all, infrastructure services is a business. It's not a government department. Third, and by the way, I've not said a word in terms of saying privatize this, right? These are all public companies, but put under company structure. Very, very important point. Let me give you a third example. This example is something that we have been talking to Maharashtra and Indian Railways. Several years ago, Maharashtra came to us and said, we have a very important investment to make. A lot of workers come into Mumbai to work. Mumbai is the center of employment. What we need is a commuter rail line to quickly bring in workers. And so we invested in a commuter rail line in the municipal urban transport program. And basically what it turned out was that they had to develop a line by taking people who had settled along the line, informal settlements, rehabilitate them somewhere. So now you could really run this track with the speed of a commuter railway. A couple of years later, they came in and said, we need another line, and we invested in a second line. And now they've come for a third time, saying we need invest in a third time. And each time, this is what happens. We put in the money. Government has a infrastructure agency which then builds the track, and then it hands it over to Indian Railways to run the track. Now, this split personality of infrastructure, I build, you operate, is a very typical Indian story and probably is one of the most inefficient way of running infrastructure. So when the third time they came, we said, no, why put in another investment in a line? Why don't you do the following? Take the infrastructure agency that builds and take out from Indian Railways the operating arm and create the first commuter railway company of India, right? Maharashtra Railway Company, with shares for the state, shares of the city, which by the way, so far has no say in the commuter railways that come into its own city. And third, give some shares to workers. And most important, why don't you float shares into the market, right? Again, a company structure to run infrastructure. Now, when I give you these examples, what are the principles that I'm talking about? The first principle is to stop looking at infrastructure as hardware. Stop looking at the number of roads that you have to build. Stop looking at the number of buses you need to bring into a transport agency. Stop looking at it as the water pipes and the electricity wires. Instead, you turn it around and you start saying, what will it take for infrastructure investments to become infrastructure services, right? 24/7 running water, 24/7 electricity, a full-fledged urban transport system, not a bunch of buses. Right? How do you create it? So shift the world from infrastructure hardware to looking at infrastructure services. The moment you look at it from infrastructure services, you then begin to say, I need a company to deliver the services. Right? I'm not saying a private company, I'm not saying a public company. I'm just saying a company whose job is to provide services. Third is that we begin to look at public finance into infrastructure not as investment, but as a leveraging entity. How can public finance leverage institutional finance into infrastructure? Because the level of investment that's needed, we're talking about 7% GDP per year of investment needed in India in infrastructure. That cannot be based on public sector taxation. It must be based on public sector revenues that leverage markets, right? Your biggest fund of infrastructure you have is out there in the markets. But markets are not going to come and put money in a water department, in an electricity department. It will put money in a company that delivers services, that's accountable. So in order to deliver infrastructure in India today, going forward, I would propose the two fundamental shifts that need to be made is to move Indian government departments and agencies into corporate structures, and two, to move public finance into becoming leveraging public finance into those companies to deliver the services. Now, in order to make these shifts, right? And by the way, people will say, so what are the other countries that have done it? My first answer is you don't need to go to other countries to know that it's been done. You need to just look at India to know that it's been done. I gave you the example of EDFC. I gave you the example of the Shimla water. But think back 15 years ago or more, Concor, right? Railways created Concor. Ever since railways created Concor, it's only now that railways is beginning to apply its corporatization rules to itself and converting the biggest government agency in the world, Indian Railways, into a corporatized entity of service delivery, right? So Concor is an example. Look at Power Grid, a global class energy company that India has, following the rules of corporatization and leveraging money. Look at Delhi Electricity, where the old Vidyut board was split into two companies, right? Or you look at Kolkata Electricity, right? These are examples that are homegrown, that tell you that this can be taken forward. So the key political economy question is, what will it take to shift this storyline into modern utilities that are service providers of infrastructure, right? Not just big public finance into big projects. That EDFC is a huge project. You need ports, you need logistics linkages, but the shift to bringing them on board through corporatized entities is the real challenge for India. Let me quickly go to two very important elements behind this paradigm. The first element is no corporate body can sustain creditworthiness without a user charge base. A water company can't be a water company unless it raises user charges. Now, no water company in the world raises 100% of its money from user charges, but it can't raise 5% of its money from user charges. It has to be far more. In India, today, user charges account for about 20% of operations and maintenance on average. That does not make a water company. That basically makes a water department of government, because government must use its budget to finance that water. So user charges have to go up. Now, traditionally, the answer is you cannot increase user charges because the poor will suffer, right? The answer there is twofold. First, today, who benefits from subsidized water charges? It's the middle class and above. It's not the poor, because the poor are not connected to the pipes. The poor go out and get their money from informal buyers. If you look at the data in India, the low-income households are paying 3-4 times what a middle-income household pays for water. So the idea that increasing user charges to create efficient corporate structures will lead to inequity actually does not hold. Second is India today is shifting into one of the greatest stories that India is showing the world, a modern social protection system. You have direct benefit transfers. You have a huge story of PDS. You have Aadhaar. You can actually provide direct cash transfers into the hands of low-income households. During this pandemic, 300 million women bank accounts had received cash transfers. Incredible infrastructure, right? A social protection system that traditionally is a rural-based one, Manrega, in India today is shifting into being urban, portable, global, right? This social protection can provide the income support in order to allow infrastructure companies to increase their charges on users, right? You have a very interesting story of how equity can be dealt with separately from an infrastructure story. So the social protection story of India is a very important part of the infrastructure story. The second point I want to make is dispute resolution. I think one of the reasons why public-private partnership as an instrument in this paradigm of corporate structure of delivery actually has been hurt in India is India did not invest enough in a agile and rapid, efficient dispute resolution system. You know, contracts will always be renegotiated. Why? Because the world changes. COVID hit India and it completely changed the nature of delivery. If you cannot renegotiate a shock like that, you're not going to be able to keep a service provider interested in the game. But you can't make this ad hoc. You cannot allow recontracting at the whims of a service provider. It has to be done to protect the consumer, protect government, and protect the investor. And that's why you need, I think, a very, very importantly, a agile dispute resolution system. Already you have, for example, the ICB and others coming up, which shows the ability of India to actually deal with this. So those are two very important points to deal with this paradigm of an infrastructure service provider, which I think is fundamental for India. Let me conclude by talking about the Kolkata area. EDFC ends in Kolkata, and you will have read in the newspapers that the World Bank is a proud partner with the state government in investing in Kolkata's waterways. Basically, what we're doing is beginning a program which I hope will have several stages to it in the future, which partners with the state government in converting Kolkata into becoming the transport and logistic hub of the sub-region, linking the east, linking the northeast. This Kolkata area becomes a completely modern and dynamic hub, transport and logistic hub. For that to happen, it has to have an intermodal transport system where bus, rail, and water interface in a very agile way. That requires a fundamentally different spatial perspective on the management of transport and logistic in West Bengal, and in particular the greater Kolkata area. But it will require infrastructure companies that are able to run the waterways, that's able to run the commuter rail, and is able to connect EDFC as it links to this hub in a way that you do not create congestion in Kolkata, but Kolkata becomes that very vibrant setting. The one area that I have not touched, which comes out of this Kolkata example, is the future of India lies in the states and in the cities of India. When the constitution writers of India wrote the Constitution of India, the whole notion of an urban government, the third tier, was not a priority. This was about creating a nation at that time and the states being brought into that nationhood. Today, the third tier, the urban tier, is a fundamental local government tier that needs to be reimagined in the world of federalism. And the reason I just leave it at that, because it requires a separate discussion by itself, is that a lot of our infrastructure will be delivered in an urban setting. So how cities create urban companies, urban transport company, urban water company, urban solid waste company becomes extremely important. But the principles that I talked about of corporatization, of leveraging, and of protecting the low-income household through social protection are the same principles that need to be looked at delivering infrastructure at the urban level. Let me end, and I hope at least some of these ideas and thoughts came out clearly in this continuous virtual world. Thank you very much. Vineet, over to you.
Junaid, thanks a lot. Thank you so much. I think you touched upon some very, very pertinent issues. I think the entire infrastructure as a service delivery in a corporatized setup, I think it's the need of the hour. And I think you covered it really, really well. We'll come back towards the end, as questions keep pouring in, on some of the topics that you shared. I think the last portion of what you shared, I think the intermodal shift, that you mentioned from a Kolkata perspective and the wider perspective, I think our next speaker, Dr. Amita, is at the forefront of leading the charge on how our nation can move from an intermodal play to a water-based transport system, which can, in the decades to come, revolutionize the movement of goods and also reduce the cost of logistics, not just from a financial perspective, but also from an environmental perspective. So it's very, very critical. Dr. Amita, if I can hand over to you, and if you can share your thoughts with the group today. on this topic.
Dr. Prasad will be joining in 2 minutes. She's stuck up with something, so we can wait for her, or we can take 2 questions which has been asked to Dr. Ahmed. The first thing is, has World Bank has taken any stance to offer fiscal support henceforth to infrastructures in corporate structure entities? So I think whether can you there is only one thing. While I was listening to your thought, I was just taking down some notes, and you know, while you have described about the PPP as an instrument, and you have said about how it has to be renegotiable because how the entire world is evolving. It cannot be, so the contract cannot be sacrosanct, so that you know, so the path of renegotiation has to be open in that way. So with that note, I would if you can elaborate just in one line that do you think that when the PPP is formed, that more private partners has to be involved in the contract, so that from their perspective, this renegotiation point can be explored from both the government side and both the private side? Because usually what happens, all the policy is developed by the government. So while this PPP renegotiation model is has to be reimagined, do you think that both the private and the public sector players will collaborate together to explain, to create the Reese-Christine path of this negotiation? This was the questions.
Yeah, let me quickly answer that, because I see Dr. Prasad is there, and namaskar, Dr. Prasad. Good to see you. Very quickly, first, the bank has a corporate structure. I think it's on mute. If you could mute your Mr. Chakraborty, I think you may need to mute, otherwise there's an echo.
Arnab, I think you'll have to mute your microphone. I think there's some echo from your side.
Thank you. So the bank has invested in EDFC. We have invested in Shimla. We have invested in the water companies in Karnataka. So absolutely, we are co-investor in infrastructure that moves into a corporatized story. Second, on the renegotiation, I want to be very, very clear. A contract is sacrosanct. A contract cannot willy-nilly be renegotiated. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying that in the contract structure, you must put in the structure itself the mechanisms and conditions under which recontracting can happen. The reason I bring recontracting up is because you have shocks in a system. We are now in a world of shocks. So if you're going to create a corporate structure of service delivery, the ability to renegotiate a contract, because the world has changed unexpectedly, has to be put in there, but it has to be absolutely institutionalized so that it is not ad hoc. And any reimagination of the contract has to be done in a way that both, or the 2 parties, 3 parties, whoever there, are jointly involved in the recontracting. One quick example: when we supported the Madhya Pradesh solar park, one of the things we did was the contract for bidding to invest in the solar park. That draft contract was taken to an investors conference. In that investors conference, there was a lot of feedback where the private sector said, if you put A, B, and C, we unfortunately can't do this, or we'll have to charge more. Government of Madhya Pradesh then listened to that conversation and rewrote its contract and then went for the bid. And I can literally point to where government of Madhya Pradesh is rethinking based on the input of the private sector led to, at that stage, one of the lowest bids, prices for solar energy, because the risk of that contract was correctly managed between the public sector and private sector. So your point, should there be conversations between the parties? Absolutely. But again, let me conclude by saying that for me, private party is a mere instrument of delivery. The real story is, are you corporatizing and are you creating a setup where you can go to the markets to leverage? Whether you bring in a private player in there is just an instrument. I think the PPP agenda put the PPP as the objective rather than looking at it as an instrument to deliver public services. You turn it around and it becomes a very different, different negotiation story. Thank you.
That's very well said, Dr. Junaid. I think that summarizes the point very, very well. I now invite Dr. Amita to share her thoughts. Dr. Amita, good morning, and great to have you today.
Good morning. I had sent a small presentation, and why it is an echo? There is an echo.
Okay, ma'am, we are sharing the presentation.
Yeah, meanwhile, thank you very much. This is a very good topic, and I like to congratulate the organizers for this. And Bengal Chamber of Commerce is our partner in many such webinars, seminars, and whatever thinking we do. This is a presentation which many of you might have seen it, may have idea about it. Next slide, please. Inland Waterways Authority has made a journey from 86 till now, and this is just showing that from 5 waterways, now we have 111 waterways, and the PPP prospect is in many ways where waterways can be used for transportation of goods as a supplementary mode. And in these waterways where you can participate in the PPP, and there can be good examples. One good example is on the Amba River, where JSW is having his own jetty, their own jetty, and they have developed that waterways. So if such possibilities are there, that you have a particular design, like some people have also come to us on development of or creating their private jetties on the PPP mode, so that the land is ours and we give the equity of land, and other developments are done by the private party. Next. These are the objectives. All of you, whoever are here, they are available, and they are aware of this, that we provide infrastructure development on the waterways. We also inform that what are the last mile connectivity on such river waterways, and road and rail connectivity requirement also we look at it. Though we don't, intervene in a direct way, but in some places like in Pandu, in Guwahati, and in some other places, we are making small roads so that the jetties are connected. Similarly, for the regulation, we have one important Inland Vessels Act 1917, which is likely to be replaced by Inland Vessels Act 2021 now, because it will come now. So this is about the regulation part, where we are registering the vessels, which are now what we are making. What is the new changes we are bringing? Earlier, you had to do multiple registration. Now we are saying that one place registration should be able to take care of the movement in all waterways in India, and that will be one change. Second thing, we are bringing some of the new chapters, about 8 new chapters have been added about pollution and other issues, and we are also looking at making a registration, e-registration on this platform. So this is a new changes we are bringing. Technical studies as the navigation channels and their maintenance is the job of IWI. We do this, in which we do it with the partnership of private party. Of course, they come through tender, and some of the technical institute like IITs are also involved in this. Then we have, we look at the advice we provide and assistance regarding the movement and regarding any other issue on the waterways. And finally, we look at the training for the people. If you have somebody who need to be trained, we are ready for doing that. So these are the basic 5 functions of IWI, and in each one of them we get private sector participation. We take support from everybody else. Next, please. The use of the cargo, if you look at it, it's a very good, we are giving a very good system here. In this, if you see, we have gone up. Now, recently, we have developed two portals, CARD, C-A-R-D, and PANI, P-A-N-I, in which all the informations of cargo loading is available for last 10 years. That will definitely give you some idea about which area to be taken, where the growth is there, where is the market is there, which terminals are available. And if you look at the share of commodities, mostly it is fly ash which is dominating, because this is Bangladesh trade, which is very fly ash dependent. But bulk item we are trying like coal, fertilizer, and some food grain. You'll all be happy to note that from Varanasi recently we have sent fertilizer in a container, and I'm sure if this route is found favorable by the suppliers, it will move. We are looking at bulk cargo movement, construction material, ODC, and fertilizer, coal, other minerals on this route, which is bulky, which can save you a lot of time and pollution also. Next. This is a very favorite slide of mine, showing that we are only 2% and China is 14 and Vietnam is 19. And we have not put Bangladesh because it is horribly too high. They are 30%, they move through waterways. So we are only 2. That also we have calculated everything which move on water, which is very low. We have at present about 5,000 kilometers of navigable waterways. We want to bring it up to 14,000 by 2030. So there is a lot of scope. Now scope is there, but uses has to be done by the private sector. They have to look at it and they have to take the risk, especially in the bulk and containerized items. Next. These are the intervention. I've already said something. Whatever is our objective and what we are doing. This is the picture we are showing you. Sahibganj multimodal terminal, which is on PPP mode. We have put it now on tender. And cargo vessel, you can see in the Farakka, this is moving. And that is a container, this are moving. So this fairway development and navigational aid, terminal development, other riverine structures, and vessel operation. So these are the areas where private sector can really look into it. Why we are not able to go beyond 2% to 5% immediately? Because there are no vessels. There are only 27 vessels operating in National Waterways 1. At one point of time, there used to be 1,100 vessels, on this sector. 11,000 vessels in 1959. Suddenly, it has gone. And you all have gone to rail and road. The business has gone from rail to road. You are not charging anything. You have to give very minimal charges. Yes, there are challenges, but I am sure it can be overcome. So these are the areas where private sector can also come to us. We are making a policy where earlier we don't have a policy for giving lease to private parties of our lands. We have about 800 acres of land, not in one places, but small parcels like 5 acres, 10 acres land next to our jetties. And we are looking at it whether that can be given on private sector. And also we are looking at that private people can make their own jetties with the NOC from us, so that you can have your own jetty and you can you can move your goods through waterways. It will be much easier. Government need not interfere everywhere. Next, please. This is the route which I was talking about, and these are the projects which is going on with the World Bank support. Earlier it was 53,100 crores. We have made it now 4,200. We have minimized some of the things. We saved some money, so like that. So if you look at it from Varanasi, we have this is already, we have got some tender for management of terminal. Then this is the draft we are showing you. This draft available, information is available on Pani. We call it Pani, P-A-N-I. It is available on our website. You can look at it. So any voyage you want to plan, 10 years data we have given, so you can make out that, okay, there was water in the month of June for last 3 years, so we can plan a voyage in June because of the time series data. So what I'm trying to say here that infrastructure is available and we need not keep thinking that what will happen. So these are the 3 terminals which are going to the PPP mode, where the private sector will be coming. They will be also upgrading it. Sahabganj is still not given yet. I think the tenders are going to open on 11th. We are hoping that good people will come and it can develop on its own, and we have created basic infrastructure. And finally, Haldia, if you can see, the capacity is very high there, 3.16. And with the new Act and MS Act, now there is an integration of marine vessels and river vessels plying. The government has also given permission for coastal and river waterways integration, 5 nautical miles it can do. Of course, the vessel design should be such that it can, ply in both river and ship. But then the facilities have been made available, the acts have been made to your liking. So this is NW1. Next. This is the NW2 and 16. NW2 has much more possibility because you can intra and inter both. It can be connected with Bangladesh. This is the Pandu terminal, which is already connected by rail. And we are paying some 1.5 crore railway maintenance every year. And I'm sorry to say that private sector do not take any interest in this. They will keep telling us we have problem, we have problem. Where there are facility, please use it. Ask us whether we can give you more leeway there. Nobody comes to us. My office, there is no visitor because people don't find it is good enough to travel on water. Pandu and other terminals, if you can have a look at the slide, we have Dhubri, Pandu, Silighat and Sadia, and then we have Banga and Lakhipur. Now these are the running waterways. And Karimganj we are trying to develop, we are also modernizing it. So Karimganj we have a internal land cargo depot also. So my request to private sector is that tell us where you will like to participate, where you will like us to pay more attention. We are ready to do it. Karimganj and all, we are doing it. And Jogi Gopa, you can see on the map, it is already taken by Ministry of Road Transport for developing of a big sector. They are spending some 660 crore with, I'm sure private sector is also involved there. In there, we are making a small jetty for which we have given a deposit to them for 82 crores, by which there will be a nice terminal in Jogi Gopa also. So if you look at this, you will have at least 5 big terminals and 2 or 3 small ones. Government of Assam, under their own project, they are doing some 11 jetties. And you will have in this sector at least 30 to 40 jetties in next 2 or 3 years. The World Bank is supporting the Government of Assam project. So my thing is that waterways as an infrastructure has many things to offer. It is for the private sector, the business, the suppliers to use it. We can, like you have plenty of problems even on roads. You have plenty of problems even in rail. But you all have supported it. So the business people and the people who are in the sector, who are business plans and other things you are making, please include waterways into this. There are facilities and it can be done. Wherever private sector want to invest or utilize or want us to modernize, I'm sure we can do it with their support, and not only with their support, with their participation. Next. These are the Bangladesh, and you can see how it is, how it happened. And I already told you, pre-1947, everything was moving on that. And look at the crowd in the pictures. From 72 to 15, there were, things were happening and not happening. But 2015 onwards, a lot of things have moved, and we have signed a protocol with 13 port of call in Bangladesh and 13 on our side. We have already developed Sonamura. There is a small jetty. We are already doing Karimganj. You can come there. ITC has already come. We are already doing Maya. where the cargo ship to, we are not waiting that we will create facility, we are putting it on lease, somebody will operate it so that immediately it can happen and later we can do it. All this information is available on our website. I'll be very happy if you all can go through it and take things forward. Demand from us that we will require these type of facilities. Next. These are the declared route which I just now told you. These are the Kolkata and return, it is 1700 kilometer. Calcutta Karimganj, it is 13. Rashai Dhulia I was talking about, which we are trying to put it in use immediately by next 2-3 months. There is a lot of cargo there, trucks are there, so ro-ro shipping can really happen. Karimganj and Silighat, 1400 kilometers. So India side port of call, you can have a look at it. Kolkata, Haldia, Dhubri and others are there. Bangladesh, Narayanganj, Khulna, Mongla, Chittagong, everybody is there. And these are the extended port of call which we have done it. So this treaty is very godsend for all the people who are into the business of supply. There is a lot of business plans have been done. It is available. You can do your own recce. And let us look at it. Where are the private sector which can come in the protocol route also for development? On our routes, most welcome. Have a recce and ask us what else you will like to do. Next. This is the protocol route. You can see the river, how it goes, and that agreement which has happened, SOP has been done. So this is about Chittagong and Mongla port, which are the seaports, and they are all linked with the river. Calcutta, Haldia, they are linked up. From Mongla and Chittagong on this protocol route, you can come on ship and then you can take either the river route or the road route, and you can reach Assam also. Assam, and through Assam you can reach up to Meghalaya, Manipur, Tripura and all other places. For Tripura you have linkage is already there. There's Bibi Bazaar and other places, so Tripura can be reached. Akhaura you can reach Tripura. So from protocol route, Mongla and Chittagong port is very important. Why I'm addressing you all as you, because I know there are a lot of business people who are available in this forum and a lot of people who are from the management and logistics sector. So my request to all these people are this sector and stakeholders is that please study these routes, move some of the traffic. My request is that at least if 5% of the your traffic is moved on water routes, our job is done. We can go ahead, and I'm sure it can be done. Earlier, as I told you, that till 1959, these routes were carrying everything from jute to passenger to mail to tea, everything. And now suddenly we don't find. Technologies are there, fumigation is there. If we say we can't do it, and we are providing least assured draft of 2.5 meter in this sector, entire sector. So you need not worry if there is any pilotage problem, Bangladesh helps. And if you have pilotage problem in our areas, we help. So there should not be any problem. Next. This is the Myanmar connectivity. This is the new thing which has happened. Myanmar, as you all are aware, that Sittwe port has been already handed over to government of Myanmar, but their management O&M is still with IWII, and we are trying to give it to Calcutta port because Calcutta port is better in port management. We have no idea about port management. So this is the look of the Sittwe port, and O&M person is already there. Thing is that we have to utilize it. This was made, if you can see, from Myanmar to Palitwa is a river port. From Palitwa, it reaches up to the Mizoram border. It is about 90-kilometer road which has not been completed. But from the river route, Palitwa to Sittwe to Kolkata, you can work it out. And they have a lot of commodities. I need not tell you all. You all in business, you know what can be brought from there. Dal is there, pulses are there, and other things are there. So Palitwa and Sittwe are operational. You can reach up to Calcutta for that. You can go to Chittagong. I mean, there can be immense possibility on this route, and from there you reach, you can have a look at it. You can reach everywhere in the country. So this is it, and the site visuals are real ones about 3 months back. Next. Indo-Nepal connectivity, there is a certain issue in that still, that there is a 1991 treaty which was supposed to be amended in 99, but it did not happen. There is no mention of waterways in that, and that we have told Commerce Ministry. They had discussions with government of Nepal. At any day it can happen. So my only request is that look at it. From water routes, you can reach the three places I have shown you. From Sahibganj, you can reach to Viratnagar, and from all other places, you can have a look at it, you can reach. So from you can get the goods from there, and through water routes, you can reach anywhere. Sahibganj is one very good possibility because from Calcutta, it is only 600 kilometers, and the route is also not very difficult. So you can reach up from Sahibganj, and your distance will be minimized. You will be faster. You take about 5 days time from Kolkata to reach to Sahibganj. So bulk cargo, which is like fertilizer and other things, coal and other things, that can happen. But if the Nepal treaty is amended, then Nepal cargo can be brought on this route. Next please. Yeah. Bangladesh, we already talked, and this connectivity is really good. You avoid the Siliguri, that 22-kilometer stretch. You can do. So Bhutan is also linked up with this. We have shown Bhutan in this map. So Bhutan can be linked up with Dhubri, with the red lines you can see, and Jogigopa, which is under construction now. So these are the two places. These two places will help, and we have already written that Jogigopa should be made a custom port. So that is, I think Dhubri has already been declared as an exit entry point for Bhutan. Earlier it was only for Bangladesh. So that has been done, and SOPs have also been done. So this will be again a good link with Bhutan trade where you can participate. Next. So pilot movement, this is some of the pictures just to instill confidence among the people who are participating. On the right side, number 5, you can look at the ODC movement which we have done, and ODC has been a very successful movement on this route, on the Calcutta route and also on the NW2 route. These are the pictures just to give you confidence, and I'm sure with this, at least if you can't participate in development of infrastructure, at least move the cargoes on this. Next. River-based cruise, it will be very good if all of us could have done this program itself on cruise in Calcutta, but because of COVID, I'm sure it was not done. My request to the organizers is that next time you use a cruise so that people are more comfortable and more river waterways friendly discussion can happen. So this cruise is another thing. There are more or less 5 or 6 good people are already there. But there is a lot of development which is happening not only on this route, other routes also are opening up. Goa, they want a cruise service. Kerala is very much there. Godavari, you can think. We have opened up we have given also a ship to Odisha where cruise can happen on this river portion of Mahanadi. Kota Barrage they are doing, and Government of Rajasthan had made a committee of all the waterways where cruise can happen. Now, river cruises are not like, sea cruises or Great Nile, but if we can take inspiration of Nile River cruise, we can say that small or big cruises can happen, and our people are already doing it. We have already done MOU, we have done it for the protocol route. That means the Bangladesh route is open. SOP also we have made it in October 2018 we have given, and these cruises are moving. The people who are doing the cruises, you all may be aware of Mr. Rasing and Sanjay Basu and Mr. Pukan who are doing it. A few names I am saying, they are not my favorites, but we keep in touch with them. That's why I am taking their names. But they are doing a great job and they are earning a good profit. Not so good profit, but it is one of the essential areas. So when we are moving on river, there can be scope. There is no cruise in Patna to Digha, which is about 14-kilometer river cruise. People have no entertainment there. Can somebody think of it? And this can be very much, it is a PPP mode only. Our waterways are there. Any facility you want, we will provide. Recently, under the Princep Ghat, we are giving the facility for river cruise people to alight there. So that was a long-standing demand. Now we have taken it from Government of Calcutta, We have taken it from Calcutta port and we are making it open within next 1 month's time by 18 February or so. So we are doing that. So this can be a good example of, we have also given our terminal operation to PPP. 9 of them we have already given and some of them are in pipeline, so that there is a efficiency. And these jetties and ports are very small ones. It's not like seaports. We have small jetties and operational area. We are making about 9 more tourism jetties, which we again will throw it open for the private sector to operate and build it up. In many cases, we are not charging water charges now. This was a very small amount. We have removed it for 3 years now for the water sector to be promoted. So these are some of the small things we are doing, but I'm sure the sector can take advantage of it. Next. In this, the opportunities, which I already said, I'm reiterating here. One is the development of different national waterways. These are the opportunities, you can have it there. We got a proposal from somebody regarding development of they want something to be done by us, like river dredging and all, and something they will put it. We wanted some more information. Now we have put 23 river development on a fast moving thing. Kindly have a look at all of them. All the informations are available on the website. There are 111 waterways. Out of that, about 45 are economically not viable. So we ourselves have put them in C category. But B and A, in which you can have a look at it. And then these are the opportunities where development can be done. And shipbuilding, of course, and repair facilities are not there. We are trying to do one repair facility at Pandu by Cochin Shipyard, and the other one at Sahabganj. We are trying to keep about 20 acres of land where the private sector can come and shipbuilding repair facility can be done. Then terminal operation, I already said, we have put it, O&M can be done. These are small jetties, small operation. But let me tell you one thing, the person who took our GR jetty in 2017 is having a profit of 138%, because when we were doing it, we were not doing a good job, let me admit it. But after giving it to him, the concerned party, they are doing a fantastic job, and the movement of ship is and are very good. And there are 36 items now can be sent in container, which has been recently done by government of Bangladesh. So this can be a very profitable thing. We were talking with government of India, Ministry of Commerce, on giving us a Falta jetty, and we are looking at the various options. That can be again a good way of being taken by the private sector and running the operations from there. And river cruise, I've already said enough for that. So my request to everybody who is present here, look at the big picture, look at the micro picture, and look at it, what can be done. We talk about it, we are talking about it for last 36 years. Things are happening, but I'm sure that a lot of things can happen if the sector comes forward. The banks are also quite okay. We have asked for certain anomalies to be removed, because if there is a multimodal, there is a GST of 12%. If they go by our waterways, it is 5%. So what we are requesting that and for that, industry should also request that multimodal transport should cost only 5% of GST. This is the opportune time. You all should pitch in, and this can be done. Regarding other things are also there where anomalies may be there. If the sector wants to be developed by all of you, see, we are not computing on green or nature, which UK and EU and other places they do it. They compute the benefits of environment also. We are not looking at the environmental benefit at all. But if you look at the environmental benefit, then the river waterways, coastal waterways will become very much cheaper. Last mile connectivity may be a problem, but it's not such a big problem if it can be done. And it can be surmounted. Small ships can be done. We have not seen any R&D in ship making at all. Look at Russia, look at Europe. Their vessels can ply in 1.1 meter also. Our most of the ship in Goa are built for 3.5, 4.5. We don't have so much of water in any river in the country. Why can't we have floaters? Why are we not looking at those designs? We have put, I think, about 13 designs on our website, and it is free. You can have a look at it. I don't remember anybody downloading it and even looking at it, what can be done. And then we talk about people-public partnership and government partnership. And when then there is opportunity, nobody comes forward. So my request will be again to this body and to all the people who are participating, that explore and look at it, what you can find for your business here. Next. These are the thing I was talking about, ease of doing business. This is the portal, Pani, I talked about. Kindly have a look at it. It's very good. Card, again, it gives you full detail of terminal wise, last 10 years data, what was moved, what was not moved, every terminal. Some may be missed out, but we are upgrading it. And this Pani is again good for movement. And the last one is a permission for sailing portal for IBP route, because we have to get some type of thing, you have to put it. So all these things, all these are available. This IBP route is under development. Maybe another 1 month time it should be through. This portal, if it is successful, then we want to extend a similar type of portal for each waterways where navigation is happening. The last one. So that we are doing it. So this is very good. My request to all of you, spare 5 minutes, have a look at it, find out what else can we do, suggest to us also. Leave your comments, which will help us in designing it better for the people to use. Next. Before I sum up, my request again, I'm making that the industry should take advantage of the waterways and shift a share of your cargo, which I said 1%, 2%, 5%. Identify your problems and communicate for resolution, because unless you tell us, when I entered the discussion, I heard something. They said the policy is made by the government and consultation is not done. Here I am requesting for you to bring out your problems to me so that we can consult and we can resolve. And we should have future-proof strategy. That is what is required. That whatever we do, it is for the country, it is for the public, it is for the users, it is not for the government, it is for the users and the stakeholders and the operators. So thank you very much, and I'm sure the organization and the Bcc&I will be able to find out some meaningful discussion and take it forward in future also. Thank you very much for inviting me and being with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I think it's a very clear call to action from your side. And I think it's a very important call to action for the industry, that the future, that the industry needs to actively look at a lot of development that, Inland Waterways Authority has been pursuing. I think if I was to summarize the first discussion today morning, I think two very important points, mentioned by Dr. Junaid, that the delivery of infrastructure is the crux of what we need to focus going forward. And the start of the decade is a very good time, to reflect and embark on that journey for the next decade. I think the points that you raised around dispute resolution, or even being very, very mindful of user charges, and who does it really impact, and not, painting a brush, over everything, but actually dicing it and looking at it closely. I think that is very, very critical. And I think the call to action that Dr. Amita was mentioning, that waterways is definitely a cheaper, cleaner mode of transportation. Extensive development has already happened in the last couple of years in this space. And it's now up to the industry to carefully figure out ways on how to utilize this national asset that can be put to good use. It's been a very good first session. I will I'll hand it over to Arnab to take it forward from here.
With this, we would conclude this session. We are immensely thankful to Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Prasad for sharing their thoughts and taking considerable time to be with us. And we are extremely thankful for all the participants who have participated in this opening session, and we are thankful to all our sponsors like gold sponsors JSW Cement, our silver sponsors IWAI and IFCL. And we will go for a short break, and then we will have our sessions. Various sessions will be delivering. We will discuss on various issues in the infrastructure. But before conclude, I just wanted to thank all of you once again. We'll be preparing a kind of a concept note and a set of recommendations that I will share with both Dr. Prasad and Dr. Ahmed, so that you can also add on that what would be the kind of recommendations from your end, so that we can share it to all the major stakeholders belonging to the infrastructure industry. With this, I'll take your permission and thank to Mr. Vinit Vijayvargiya also to kindly moderate the opening session. With this note, we will conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mukherjee.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Singh, you are also there. Okay, so we will start the next session in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Mukherjee, I understand you have a presentation.
No, I will be
Speak. All right, fine.
discussion on re-strategize Indian infrastructure growth and preparedness. We have two very eminent speakers over here. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, General Manager, PF and SSBU, State Bank of India, and Mr. Shurjan Mukherjee, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, JSW Cement. With this, I would request first Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh to kindly share your thought with us, sir.
Sure. So, good morning. It's good afternoon, everybody, and namaskar. Thanks for inviting me to this forum. Just a brief introduction of mine is already there. So, I'm Sanjay Singh. I'm presently acting as a general. Yeah, somebody's mic is, please mute the mic if you're not speaking. So just to be brief about myself, I'm Sanjay Singh. I'm working as a general manager at the State Bank of India Project Finance in Corporate Center. Basically, Project Finance looks after generally for the infrastructure projects, and we assess the proposals from the whole country at the corporate level, which falls within a certain parliament. So briefly, I will deal with, what is the scenario and what's way forward. Also discussing in between some few key sectors and what is the, right now our risk perception on that. So to begin with, India's march toward the large target USD 5 trillion economy by 2030 has been abruptly slowed down by COVID-19 pandemic. The current pandemic has brought to the forefront the fundamental question of how the country solves the catastrophic risk of such an extraordinary and unpredictable black swan event. India needs a sustainable strategy to avert and mitigate such pandemics, and the response to India's problem partly lies in elevating the public and private spend in infrastructure sector through PPP mode. So basically, India's investment in infrastructure for last few years, the World Bank Growth Report 2000 find that fast-growing countries in Asia in their fast-growing phase have spent around 7 to 8% of their GDP on infrastructure. Using this, our inspirational benchmark for infrastructure framework, we find that India spent around 7.2% of GDP on infrastructure in the 11th five-year plan, which further come down to 5.8% in the 12th plan period and has been estimated around 5% of GDP in last 2 years. The reasons for this slowdown in the infrastructure investment partly has been because of a twin balance sheet problem, meaning that both the company's balance sheet and also the lender's balance sheet has been stressed to some extent. Issues in land acquisition, environment and forest clearance, aggressive bidding by the private sector, etc. But even after this slowdown, India continues to implement one of the largest infrastructure program in the world, with an estimated infrastructure investment of around $140 billion in FY19, and occupy the second position in the developing world, both by the number of PPP projects as well as the associated investment. ADB, in its report meeting Asia's infrastructure need, has highlighted that a whopping USD 4.36 trillion is required to resolve India's infrastructure demand by 2030, and that would entail deployment from both the private and the public coffers. But the reality is that both the public and private sectors are coming to grips with the economic situation, which had just begun its journey towards stabilization. Unprecedented situation like this present one require unprecedented solutions, and this time it is right for the government to head back to the drawing board to put in place a progressive plan for the PPs to start a new DNA. Now, as far as impact of the COVID concerned, that definitely it has slowed down to, in April, May, June, it has, the whole entire economic activity has slowed down to a great extent. And that has impacted infrastructure also to a large extent. Passenger traffic on roads, railways, air was under lockdown, and in the power sector, there was a major demand slowdown, about 28% less than the business as usual, with most industrial and commercial activity locked up. On the supply side, supply chains and construction labor force were dislocated because of this pandemic. Now, government has, tried to push, basically to push the economy and by pushing the infra investment. private sector participation will only be relevant if the government steps in the increased public expenditure. To bolster investor confidence, including the private equity players, a robust pipeline of bankable projects is required. And the first step has been made by government's NIPs has already been taken. Now NIP needs to be supported by revolutionary funding models, financial products, and resort to both the public and private sector. The government has developed NIP for the first time to provide social and economic infrastructure projects across the country from 2019 to 25. Volume 1-2 of NIP task force has already been released to public, and Volume 3 is likely to contain details of upcoming projects elaborated and with private participation, with a total investment of INR 101 lakh crores in the period up to 25. In the past 6 years, around 51 lakh crores were invested in infrastructure projects, which are now being doubled with the NIP, which is a recommendable task. As per estimates in the NIP task force report, about 80% of the required investment would come from the center and the state government, and these would constrain given the state of our public finance and the higher priority demand of the pandemic. The more recent infrastructure numbers are encouraging and suggest that barring the onset of second COVID wave, the worst is behind us. Power consumption, freight traffic by railways, fuel consumption, GST collections are around 90% of the corresponding months last year. So basically, just some few green shoots which we are seeing. If we divide into pre-COVID and post-COVID, just prior to COVID-19 pandemic it started, there was a few big infrastructure projects, successful awarding of NHI toll of TOT Bundle 3 to Singapore-based Tube Highway, award of Jewar Airport, a greenfield project to the Swiss airport operator, successful award of electricity distribution license in Odisha's 5 circles of to Tata Power. After COVID, some of the new, noteworthy transactions, we find that Adani Green Energy has backed the world's largest solar tender to construct 8 gigawatt photovoltaic power plant and set up 2 gigawatt solar cell and module manufacturing facility, a total investment of around $6 billion. IRB Infrastructure achieved financial closure of Mumbai-Pune Expressway in a major brownfield assets monetization initiative at the state level for a total consideration of around more than 8,000 crores. Spanish Solar Pack Corporation won the bid for at rupees 2.36 unit for 300 megawatt of solar power in Seki. That tender was in June. This was followed by NTPC and Al Jamaya's bid for, that's a very challenging bid, at 1.99 per unit in December 2020, taking the per unit cost to the new low. The most noteworthy transaction was raising of around 152,057 crores by Reliance. It's on the public domain. Whether it will come under infrastructure, by Reliance by selling their just third of their stake in RIL in Geo platform. So thus the total value of these transactions are around 2.5 lakh crores. Now coming back to the, SBI's performance, we have been at our project finance, we have been supporting during this COVID time. And we also see, a lot of traction going on as far as the infrastructure development is concerned. For us, during the whole, up to December, we have sanctioned around 30,000 odd crores to the infrastructure sector, covering around 20 odd projects, mainly spread over roads, energy, renewable energy, thermal was not there, and some port and other developments. So basically, what I mean to say, at SBI, we are seeing that the market is coming up. Infrastructure developments are going to. We are just trying to forget the past and build up our pace. As far as sector-wise concerns, so I will just dwell few sectors which I have with me. So basically, one of the major sector for infrastructure being the construction. So out of this, in the construction activity infrastructure sector, is almost for our case, it's 56% of the construction spend is expected in the infrastructure sector. Over the next 5 years, the spending is expected. It's a general my risk perception. Infrastructure sector, which forms almost 56% of the construction spend, is expected to witness around 8 to 10% dip in spending in the current fiscal year. However, over the next 5 years, the spending is expected to grow around 4% CAGR. Within infrastructure sector, road sector is better placed, followed by railway and urban infrastructure. Industrial capex that forms around about 5% of the construction expense is impacted by low capacity utilization in the system as demand environment has deteriorated following the pandemic. EPC projects which were already delayed prior to pandemic are, greatly affected because of the timeliness, which extends significantly, resulting in severe working capital issue. Such projects we are monitoring closely, and with respect to their progress, cost overruns, and etc. Given the uncertain environment, the adequacy of other sources of EPC firms like manpower, availability, critical machinery and equipment supplies, etc., are being which impact the timelines of the project is being monitored by us. As far as various policy initiative for the infrastructure construction section, I will just deliberate on few. Announcement under Atmanirbhar Bharat, like collateral-free credit to MSME, taxation relief for sale of residential units up to rupees 2 crore, additional outlay of rupees 18,000 crore for urban housing, credit guarantee scheme of 26 stress sectors, equity support of rupees 6,000 crore for NIF. So these has impact is that amidst COVID-19 crisis, government initiative has provided some support to demand in real estate, which has impacted building the construction sector. Government approved continuation and revamp scheme for financial support to PPP in infrastructure with a total of outlay of around 8,100 crores. So, as far as our outlook on the various sectors in coming medium term, I would say most of the sectors we general monitor around 38 sectors at our end, 38 university. So out of that, our view is mostly 19 in case of, in case of 19, that is 50% of the sectors that we monitor is at neutral, and few sectors we are thinking that it will be, our view is positive, very positive, moderately, and in few industries, out of 38, I think around 6 or 7, we are moderately negative, which basically pertains to consumer durables and other areas. Probably we may be wrong on that because of, basically as the sentiments are going up. So that's to sum up. We think that the pandemic is behind us, and there will be a good growth in coming years in the infrastructure in coming 4 to 5 years timeline. Thank you. So that's my summation.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And as you have discussed that, you have seen that already we have seen the bad phases and we have kind of overcome it, and with a very positive note and mood from Mr. Singh, we can expect that definitely India infrastructure finance can move into the right direction during the next normal days. We have a very interesting participation in terms of speakers over here, one from the private sector who are into business, Mr. Mukherjee, and one from a PSU bank. So I was, I'm from the chamber, I was just wondering that what is the kind of, do Mr. Mukherjee, do you share the same view? The way Mr. Singh has ended with a very positive note that yes, we are, the bad days are over and we are going ahead with all the positive mood. How do you perceive that, infrastructure finance is happening? And before we come into that, Mr. Mukherjee, I just wanted to share one thing to over here, like what is the kind of expectation of Mr. Singh that when there is a very all this infrastructure finance as even in PPP mode, what we have observed, what we have listened from Dr. Ahmed in the morning were there, that these are all risky investments. So sure. I was wondering that in one hand there is a pressure from the central government that this thing has to be done, and maybe I'm at a position to make a decision on a infrastructure finance. and we really don't know whether how the things will move on, and there is no scope for renegotiation as of now in terms of contract. So how do you feel when you get into such kind of a decision factor when you decide about this infrastructure finance? Do you think a kind of a burden in terms of the nation which will be faced in terms of NPA, or your bank may face in terms of NPA? Do you feel that kind of pressure while having a decision on a risky investment like project finances? So this is to Mr. Singh, and I would come to Mr. Mukherjee with a very interesting question that you have started negotiating with a project, and the project has been started, and then due to some reason, due to some financial problem, or due to some other problem, because of the delay, the project is not happening. Even the government has changed and the project is not happening. So there was initial investment, and project has been halted. We have seen this kind of examples in number of cases in India. How you strategize your future deals and future business deals with strategic partners? I'll come to that, but before that, if Mr. Singh can answer my question, what is the kind of pressure that you feel?
See, I mean, the question has already come in the first session also, because the sanctity, it is the first thing is the sanctity of the contract.
Right.
So sanctity of the contract. See, I would request someone, I mean, whoever mic is on, please. Yeah, so sanctity of the contract is what is most important for us as a lender. In the infrastructure finance, it is only the contract that is against which we are financing. So, I mean, we have found out, it's available in the public domain also. For example, in renewable energy, the prices which were quoted, the PPP and the concession agreement based on which we had financed, that is being renegotiated. So that becomes a challenge for us. Even yesterday, there was a news that Jharkhand government has backed out of the agreement with the central government regarding the tripartite agreement with the SECI and other. So that creates a problem for us. Yes, we try to definitely look into it, and we have taken this issue regarding sanctity of the contract, concession agreements, also various others. So for example, in the road projects, we find that the bid has been done, party has won the bid, we have financed that, and the land acquisition remains laggard. So we are taking with the government, we have been taking in the government as a apex financial institution of the country. We have been taking this at various forums, that let's make these things very clear, so that gives an impetus to not only to the lenders, to also the investors, because investors also are also in the dilemma what to do, what not to do. I mean, tomorrow if something happens and if some rates are renegotiated, what you are going to do? I mean, because see, in today's scenario, mostly apart from the individual, private corporate, there are lot of foreign investments are coming. And basically, they are working on certain IRR with certain assumption with the sanctity of the project. Sanctity of the contract. So that becomes a challenge. Yes, this is a challenge for which we have already taken. We are taking up at the appropriate forum at IBA level, at the government level. We have taken it up so that these things, which hampers the growth in the infrastructure lending, so that can be, minimized to a great extent. I hope that I answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And with this, I would request Mr. Mukherjee to share his thought.
Yeah. So first of all, good afternoon.
Good afternoon
to all of you. And, what I want to actually state here is that I look after the cement and steel operations for JSW for Eastern India and Northeastern India. And what you said and what Mr. Singh has also just stated, I want to confirm that actually the statistics figures are very encouraging the way I see now. The first quarter for the cement industry in East has been a washout, no doubt, because of the COVID. And the industry degrow by 21% overall. And when I say East, I'm right from Chhattisgarh to Northeast. So I'm talking about on behalf of the industry. But then when we see the second quarter, things started recovering to a level that last quarter we could recover at least about 15-20% growth over Q3 last year. So things have been very encouraging on the cement part. And on the steel part also, I see a huge pent demand which has come up. Now, there are two things which we are witnessing post-COVID. One is obviously there's a lot of pent-up rural demand which has come up because of a good monsoon and good agriculture harvesting. So that has resulted in a lot of liquidity, especially in the rural areas, which has also resulted in the demand picking up. And lately also with the new government formations in different states, we see a lot of infrastructure on the ground. Projects are also encouraging. So that is also parallelly we see is going up. And in fact, in April 2020, government has set a target of constructing roads worth 15 lakh crores. So that is a very, very encouraging thing in the next 2 years. Then in June 2020 also, as you see that they have announced that as a part of that Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan project, they have also said that in under animal husbandry infrastructure development fund has been created and 15,000 crore has been invested there. So these are impetus which are helping us, and the biggest focus on the infrastructure is on basically on the sustainable development of the country, and on majorly about 1.4 trillion USD has been mentioned between 2019 to 2023, which is a very, very big thing. I can tell you that the bullet train, once it starts on the construction phase expected from next month, I think that will also incur a lot of steel demand across the country. So we see a lot of domestic consumption going up because of this infrastructure projects, which is parallelly expected. Then government itself for the development of the Indian railways and including the railways infrastructure is investing about 50 lakh crore on a period from 2018 to 2030. So these are very, very strong fundamentals on the basis of which we expect the demand to continuously grow for both cement and steel, which I generally are representing. And obviously then, as you know, under the urban renewal mission, which has been said, the smart city concept which is coming up, this is also going to result in a lot of investment happening under the smart city thing. And obviously in the union budget also, it was mentioned 1,25,000 kilometers of road length that for the next 5 years is going to be upgraded. So that is also result in a consumption of both cement and steel to go up, the way I see. Then government is also talking about Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which is a very important yojana which is going on, which is also resulting in a lot of rural demand going up that we could generally see. And this is, in fact, we are talking about close to development of 30 lakhs houses, which is a combination of completion of 18 lakhs, which is already on pipeline, and then also further new 12 lakh houses being constructed across the country. So this is also resulting a lot of both cement demand and parallelly steel demand also. So which is about 25,000 crores. So what we expect is, and what we see is also a sharp turnaround, on the banking of the rural demand because of a great monsoon. And you see this is the first time, especially since I represent coming from the east, I can show you that east, this is the first. After many years, we have not seen any major floods in any of the major places. That has resulted even in the low-lying areas also good harvesting. So that will result in a lot of pent-up rural demand, lot of liquidity in the rural side, and rural demand is going to further boost along with the infrastructure, both the cement and the steel demand in the this part overall. So that is very positive sign what we generally see. And obviously the quarter results are pretty exciting, and we also expect a similarly 15-20% growth in the cement sector in the coming quarter also, this Q4 of this year. So even though we were of 21% degrowth as a washout in first quarter, but over a period in this financial year, we'll end up about close to about 8 to 10% growth over last year in spite of COVID. So that is, I think, a very encouraging signs, which is exciting for us. The question that Mr. Arnob, you have put regarding how do you plan, how do you strategize that particular C. So what we did, we tried to generally understand the project, what is the stage of the project, how it is parallel moving, and how much of the requirement will come up. So based on that, we do a planning exercise. And if we see that the project is getting delayed, then as a part of the consumption sector, we try to go more into the channel market. That means majorly we focus onto the rural demands and we help up. So what has boosted is that even though the project got delayed because of the COVID period, new projects starting has got delayed. But actually what has helped us is this rural demand to compensate that loss in the project side. But the old projects which was running, government has invested and those projects are continuing. So that is also we are going to build up. Apart from that, a lot of initiatives in the eastern markets I could see, like in Bihar, many aims are coming up. So a lot of medical infrastructure because of that is coming up. Because of COVID, in a lot of villages we see small medical infrastructure is improving. So there are also a lot of hospitals and small dispensaries coming up, which is also boosting up and picking up the demand of both our products, cement and steel, across the industry. So these are certain things apart from the individual house who is building up. This is also area. The other point I am seeing is that post-COVID, as you know, work from home model has come. So people are going and building houses. So people are shifting to semi-rural areas and building their own house using some connectivity, and mostly are walking 3 or 4 days in a week from the house. So that is one area. The other part also I saw is that when people got locked down and were staying in home, they realized their houses are small. So if they're in a 2-bedroom flat, so then suddenly realize that both the rooms are occupied. So they have gone for they're now searching for 3 bedrooms. And that is also, we see some turnaround, and that is also resulting in some real estate, especially in those 30 lakhs to 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs bracket. There I'm seeing a lot of housing demand coming up. So G+3, G+4, G+5, that is one area with the 3 BHK flats. That's something we see a demand also parallelly picking up. So these are the two things which has also boosted up demand. And migrant labor has also helped the eastern markets, because when the labor came back, they came back with a lot of money. So they built their own house. So that also resulted in a demand picking up. And some of them have stayed back and being used for a lot of this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana projects. So that are the few things which are also resulting in a demand going up, both of these two products in the eastern markets and in the northeastern markets. So these are so as I said, I think we have lived the past of the COVID trauma, and going forward we can only hope that things will even become stronger. But fundamentals are very strong, and it's a very bright time for the country in sort of projects that we see, which as it turns in shape. As I can understand, domestic consumption, cement on a basis is based on domestic consumption, and it's an economic indicator also. So the way this growth has happened in spite of COVID is very, very positive. Where when I see, but this cement figures I'm mainly talking about from the eastern parts, as I said, from Chhattisgarh to northeast. So I have not considered the other zones of the country. But here what I could see is very clearly this is a very positive side in spite of COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. So basically, we have seen the major thrust that would come, that would lead to the growth of cement industry is in these, particularly the eastern and northeastern states. And you're talking about there will be a huge rural demand because of various reasons. One, the migrant laborers have come. Second, in terms of good monsoon, the people will have more liquidity, and so. And apart from that, there is another factor in the urban sector, since there is a work from home kind of an experience during this period, and people are thinking that the space that we used to work is way different from the space where I'm working right now. So it's not as big hall that I used to, chat with my colleagues and all, and it's difficult to even loitering in the veranda and have a smoke. So we need bigger space, we need bigger infrastructure. So that would definitely lead to the. What is your experience in terms of Northeast, if you may kindly share?
See, Northeast cement demand, when I see here, Northeast cement is also on an all-time high. They're consuming close to 8 to 9 lakhs. You can see at the 20-25% growth there also, all the 7 sisters. And so has been the steel demand. But fundamentally, there's a lot of infrastructure projects which are going on, and especially the road infrastructure is going on there. Apart from that, the bridges are there, and obviously all those states which are bordering to the neighboring countries, especially China. So that side we see a lot of on the ground government infrastructure projects coming up. That is also resulting in a lot of demand. And what is so part is that Northeast has a prolonged monsoon. It starts from April and it eats away into close to August, September. In spite of all these things, the sort of demand that we saw there is obviously the very, very healthy signs for us. And there also the rural demand, as I said, with all the reasons which I meant forward, obviously migrant labor, that has also boosted some demand there also on the consumption sides. And also this time also there was no flood that you see. Assam is always had some flood issues. This time the flood was not there. So that was also going to result in a good harvesting. It's a very fertile land area. So that will also result in a lot of liquidity there. So we expect the demand to continue and a very good Q4. The last quarter, we are very bullish of Northeast also, both with the cement and steel.
Another thing is like when you have said that whenever there is a crisis, there is an opportunity over here. Like we have seen the Amphan in our city area has completely ruined various structures in around the city, in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 sectors also. So people need to kind of rebuild all those things, and there will be an infrastructure demand in terms of building houses once more, repairing works and all, and that consecutively the demand for cement will grow eventually. As Mr. Mukherjee was sharing the experience of work from home, with that note, I will come to Mr. Singh once again that during the lockdown period and during the new normal days period, you must have been faced a huge kind of a problem in terms of we have seen all the bankers have taken risk and they have come to the office. Though small in numbers, so the banks are open. How you have reached towards your clients? I mean, how the technology transfer has happened? Was it very easy for your department to kind of work from home experience? Because we are not typically IT guys who are working. So, what was your experience with that?
See, for us, for my department particularly, I mean, it was very difficult to work, through the work from home. Initially, when the thing started, we were obviously not prepared because we work on our own system, which access is very limited. I mean, it's available at only offices. So initially, we had the teething problem. So we sorted out that giving LAN connections at home through, complete secured network. So that was the one issue what has happened. And as far as client is concerned, our clients, since we are into the large infrastructure projects, we did not have any issue on interacting with the clients. Yes, we took some flexible approach on that. Okay, earlier we had certain restrictions that this would be done like this would be done, but that way we could, manage well through our clients. So, and most of the time, 50% we have been managing from our office. So 50% alternate, basically we have got teams. So half of the team alternate day used to come. So there was a continuity process. So as such, we don't think we have been impacted. Yes, there has been impact because see, not only my working, because we are into the credit risk process. So it has to go to my credit committee. Now again, at the FX level, again coming board meetings are through the virtual mode, everybody. So that was a challenge initial. I think first 2 months was a challenge. April, May, it was virtual shutdown probably. To some extent, proposals were not that way. That was fortunate that we had completed the year end and moved to this new scenario. So, but after May, I think we had geared up completely. We do not have any issue on that as far as moving on the work from home concern. So connectivities are available at home with the secured connection linked through the bank, bank LAN or something, whatever it is. So that way we were comfortable on that.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I would come to Mr. Mukherjee once again that what was the kind of initial trouble that you have faced in terms of availability of people, in terms of distribution system, and everything was come to a hold, and then how you have managed the distributions and everything in terms of availability of people. That is number one. And number two is, like, are you also into international trade, like export, and have you considered the neighboring countries for exporting cement, and how do you see the growth of if so, how do you see your export growth, and what are the challenges over there?
See, on the during the COVID period, obviously in the lockdown stage, the biggest issue is that we are a labor-intensive industry, and so there was a short of labor, which resulted in our operations getting impacted. Initially, we had to shut down the plant for a few days, and then we had to restart it, and especially the packing plant area where we require migrant laborers. So luckily, since we are in the eastern parts of the plant was being able to recover fast, and then finally, for the southern parts of the plant, we had to shift our labor team from the east, and we made special arrangements to move them once the lockdown norms was relaxed, and then we could restart it with mostly with the local and the local area laborers. What has also parallelly seen that close by villages was also one of the suppliers started becoming suppliers of migrant laborers. Like we have this plant in Salboni, so we try to use the services of the local villages or closer to the plants within 10, 15, 20 kilometers, and so we try to use the vicinity of the plant areas and give them sort of employment. So they were also, because many of them were also migrant laborers, they came back. So that was also resulted in some sort of running of the plants there. And in terms of the logistics, obviously, yes, what we did was that we made sure that the drivers who were all there, they stayed inside the plant, and we made sure that we were providing them food and shelter, because the drivers and all, they are the logistics partner and the transporters. They are drivers, and they are basically supplying to logistics partner for many parallel cement companies close in the close vicinity. And not only with cement, but they will also be dealing with other products. Like they might go take with sand, and they will move to one area. That means they will take bricks from Calcutta to Midnapur, and from Midnapur they will take cement and come back. So when this flow stopped because of this brick field started stopping, so they were all in that area wherever we were located. There were trucks parked in the highway. So we made sure that they come to the plant. We have our own canteen opened up, and we took care of them. So that also resulted in some sort of a support of our logistics movement of material. We were the first movers into the market, and then parallelly other companies also started opening up in the vicinity, and obviously impacted as I said, first quarter for the industry has been washed out because of all these issues, not because that it's only because of the COVID and the lockdown issues, and we killed up. In terms of export, as you could see, India has a huge consumption of cement. Overall, India is one of the second largest high consumption of cement here. So obviously, many of our plants, based on the logistics and the geographical locations, do explore export options. Like plant in South will explore options, especially in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, that particular. So, but currently, predominantly, it's an internal consumption which is resulting in the cement industry to grow. So as I say, 95 to 96% is all domestic and internal consumption, which is basically resulting in the demand. And the sort of projects which are in pipeline, once it finally gets into the shape, and the demand with time is only going to pick up. So that's a very bullish side. Eastern India is obviously, as you see, that the other source can be Bangladesh, but as we saw, Bangladesh have a lot of cement factories, and they take clinkers from us. So one of the raw material, so they do take some raw material support from our plants cement plants in the northeastern part of the country. Otherwise, they also source clinkers from other Southeast Asian countries. But as such, as I said, domestic consumption is basically the real growth driver for cement industry in the country, and more in East also.
Okay, so we have come to almost at the end of the session. I would like to both of our speakers have expressed their thoughts with quite a positive note that yes, India is moving towards a $5 trillion economy, and There are contributors, there are vanguards like State Bank of India to protect the investors and to ensure that all the project finance will happen smoothly. And with initial challenges of the lockdown period, Mr. Singh has expressed a very positive note that how things have improved over the period of time over during the lockdown phases 1 and 2, and now the next normal days would be much more interesting in terms of there will be huge demand growth as expressed by Mr. Mukherjee, because there will be demand growth from growth of demand from the rural side, because they have done extremely good during the monsoon, and there will be a demand side from the urban side also. But before we end, we just wanted to share, since it's coming back once again, that we have all experienced that how we have worked from home. So if both of you can share your personal experience in working at your home, what you have learned from there. I would first go to Mr. Singh. You were at your home, you're working for the first time from your home. What was your personal experience like? In one way the cooking is going on, and what is your one-liner, in one line, how was the experience? What you have learned?
See, for me it was seamless, I hope. So I mean, we have been, not regularly on the working from home, but we have been used to that, because at our level, my systems are integrated to some extent. So even if we are traveling or doing, we work continuously on that. So any approval or anything, we don't have any issue on that. And yes, as far as working from home concerned, more than myself, my family would have been in a difficult situation, because you are sitting on a chair occupying a particular portion, which used to be free to them. So obviously, the space was a constant in a city like Bombay. That was a constant. Otherwise, I did not feel anything. Going back to my juniors, getting queries and other things, we did not have any issue that way. So just a word that I said, seamless. It was seamless for us.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Mukherjee, your experience in working from home.
It was more spend time with the family, but ending up whole work-life balance totally become jeopardized because Zoom call came into the facts, and because of Zoom call, the call used to go even in the evenings also. So that was one new angle, because we were not so much exposed to Zoom, and traveling has also come down. Now, obviously, this is going to stay. So that is one side which we see. It's that side again on a positive side, because suppose I am in Calcutta, my head office is in Mumbai. So if I have to go to Mumbai, 2, 3 days, 4 days lost. So with the Zoom call, when you are doing, it's basically 1, 2, 3 hours of meeting. So that way the travel time, so you can have a better work-life balance also using the Zoom mode. But on a side, on the lighter side, obviously family wants us to be in the office rather than in the home. I think Mr. Singh is also of the same view.
With this, we would conclude this session. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, General Manager, PF and SSPU, State Bank of India, and of course, Mr. Shujan Mukherjee, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, JSW Cement. It had been very interesting to listen to your thoughts about re-strategize Indian infrastructure growth and preparedness. We are really thankful to all the participants who have joined and listening to us, and we are still yet to cover other important issues like Indian railway infrastructure is coming in, and regulatory aspect in boost infra finance is coming in. So we have very important panel discussion. We have important sessions. The Deputy Managing Director of IFCL, Mr. Pawan Kumar will be joining with us. Mr. P.R. Jaishankar, the Managing Director of IFCL, will be joining with us. And we have an Indian railway infrastructure session where Mr. S.K. Lohia, IRC Managing Director and CEO, Indian Railway Station Development Corporation, will be our special guest, and Mr. Harsimran Singh, IRC Chief Project Manager, RVNL, will be there. Mr. Praveen Sharma, CEO India, the BIM engineers will be there. So we are going for a break with this. We are immensely thankful for our gold sponsor, our gold sponsor JSW Cement, our silver sponsors IWAI and IIFCL. With this, we would conclude this session, and we will meet you at all of you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে, সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
we are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. To switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিস পাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিস পাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable, and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again on Bcc&I Infrastructure E-Conclave. We are having very eminent speaker with us, Mr. Pawan Kumar, IRS Deputy Managing Director, IFCL. His topic is infrastructure finance, a bitter spot in new normal economy. Mr. Pawan Kumar is an IRS officer of 1990 batch and passed MCOM from Sriram College of Commerce. He holds an MPhil in the area of accounting and finance from Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics. He is a fellow member of Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. He joined Income Tax Department as Assistant Commissioner of Income Tax in Delhi. He worked as a director from 2002-2008 on deputation to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He was closely involved in the setting up of Serious Frauds Investigation Office, execution of MCA 21 program, and also on setting up of National Foundation for Corporate Governance. In the period 2009 to 12, he joined as Director Tax Policy in the Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance. He was also a member of International Expert Group constituted of UNICITRAL for working on indicators of international commercial frauds. He also worked as Commissioner of Income Tax in Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Rajasthan, dealing with corporate and non-corporate appellate matters. He had been appointed as a member of the committee constituted by CBDT for drafting tax accounting standards. He has also been a member of Committee of Income Computation and Disclosure Standards MAT issues. Previously, he was working as an executive director in IDBI and looking after the work relating to registration, monitoring and inspection of service providers in the IBC ecosystem, consisting of insolvency professionals, registers, valuers, insolvency professional agencies, registered valuer organizations and information utility. Over to you, Mr. Kumar. Infrastructure finance, a bitter spot in new normal economy. To you, because we know the risk associated with the kind of infrastructure finance, the large kind of investment it is required. There is of course a fear of NPA and the kind of sentiment that the entire India is going through from the lockdown period to the various new normal days and the next normal days which will be coming in. What is your view on that? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab. Thanks for your kind words. I think you have given me an elaborate introduction, and much of it is, I don't know whether I was lucky to be there at the right place at the right time. But of course, the given mandate is infrastructure finance, a better spot. I would say truly in this role, I find that after being in this role for about more than a quarter, I realized that collecting taxes is a much easier job than actually disbursing funds to the infrastructure sector, which of course comes with a lot of riders and lot of conditionalities are attached, and lot of ifs and buts are there in terms of what is going to happen in the future, and future, as we know, is very uncertain. Especially, I think these are very challenging times. If we know how the world is passing through the COVID pandemic 19, the events have unfolded in last more than a year. If we find, and I realize that yes, if the economy, I think everywhere the world over, the consensus if the emerging economies have to grow at a faster pace, then obviously the only remedy is to kind of give increased support or increased spending in the infrastructure sector, which is a kind of catalyst for other sectors to grow. The infrastructure sector, if it grows, then along with the steel, cement, and all the wheels of the economy, glass, whether it is metals, everything starts moving in the positive direction. And of course, India being no exception, I think the consensus is gradually emerging after the kind of fiscal stimulus which the government has been giving in last more than 9 or 10 months. I think the consensus is that to move towards a faster growth, if the economy has to accelerate at a faster growth, then obviously the focus is going to be on infrastructure sector. And we are hoping that the government would come up with some more positive steps in the coming budget to propel this sector and take the growth to a newer height. As we know that the government has already in 2019 come up with a national infrastructure pipeline for 2025, wherein more than 1.11 lakh crore rupee is going to be spent on creation of infrastructure projects. And the government is very serious in terms of setting up the various policy groups and monitoring groups, not only in the ministries, but even at the Prime Minister, in the Cabinet Secretariat, and the Prime Minister office is closely monitoring the progress of various projects. Now, given that funding infrastructure finance, yes, it is going to be very, very challenging, because in terms of the techno-economic studies, the feasibility studies, the projects in infrastructure have to be not only technically viable, but also financial and economic viability is a kind of trade-off which often conflicts bring us to a point where we as public sector institution, as government companies, have to look and go for it, because sometimes if we cannot behave like a pure commercial bank, which purely are guided by the I would say the financial viability. We at times have to look beyond financial viability. We have to go for economic viability of the project. When I talk about economic viability, then I'm saying is the kind of economic impact that particular project which is being financed is going to create, whether it is the number of jobs it is going to create, the in terms of the local area development, the impact it is going to create, how many households are getting employed in that, and how many, in terms of area impact, how much is the development catchment area where it is going to make an impact in terms of number of suppliers, or whether in terms of number of customers, the kind of product which it is going to be there. So these are in kind of challenges which are there for the sector to grow. And yes, these are the challenges which we as a responsible institution, we always go beyond that and we look beyond the pure financials. So as regards the institutional financing, I think there are a number of things which need to be done and which can be done in shortest possible time, is which government is also examining the possibility of monetizing the assets in terms of infrastructure sector, because the demand for money is too huge on this sector. And the idea is once the assets or projects are completed, they start yielding a return. That is how we have seen that some of the assets are being monetized. And in fact, a lot of PPP projects we see where the projects were modified. NHAI has also monetized them in a big way in last couple of years. That is a big change which has come in this area. And the same thing has happened not only in transport or road sector, but I would say even in energy sector that is happening. And of course in airports and ports also, we are seeing that once the projects have commenced their successful commercial operations, new operators are being brought in. And we know that some of the foreign institutional investors, whether pension funds, PE funds, who want a steady return, and India is a success story, which is a growing success story, and people want to enjoy that fruits. So InvITs and new forms of investments are taking shape. And going forward, I visualize that there is going to be a great trading market in terms of not only REITs, but the units of InvITs also being traded actively on the exchanges. That is, I think, something which is going to happen in the times to come. As regards whether it is a sweet or bitter spot is concerned, I believe that at present the economy is passing through a surplus liquidity state where commercial banks are are flooded with funds rather, and as regards the credit offtake is concerned, that is a big challenge which all the players in the financial market are facing. And as a result, we have seen the interest rates are now touching globally almost negligible. If you say, that is going to act as a disincentive to the future savers also, especially in a developing economies. It is going to be a challenge. But with the commercial banks funding at rates to the infrastructure projects at very low rates which are linked to the MCLR rates, I think that is going to be a big challenge. There needs to be some sort of thinking, and I expect that Bengal Chamber of Commerce and institutions, industry and trade bodies have to come up with and look at it, whether it is a healthy trending or not, and if at all that funding has to go, to what extent there has to be cap. Because once the interest rate curve starts rising, the whole set of infrastructure projects may become overnight unviable. So that is going to impact not only at the, I would say that is not only going to impact adversely the individual corporates or the projects, but the project itself may undergo a dynamic change in terms of its economics. The whole viability of the project will be in question, and in turn the financing institutions will be under stress and strained by being flooded with a kind of NPA problem which may emerge on account of asset liability mismatch or on account of project being not able to service adequately the returns for which it was planned out. So in that sense, a developmental financial institution or a long-term provider of finance like IIFCL, the role comes into picture, because we provide long-term door-to-door funding with a maturity period of more than 10 years, and our rates are also more or less fixed at the start of the borrowing period itself. So once you have a stable tenor of the loan, you have a stable rate structure in place, obviously it may impinge on the short term, that is at this point of time it may sound a bitter, but in the long term I think it is going to be a sweeter pill for the project. Because if project computations are based on these kind of rate of interest and the financials, then I'm sure it is going to survive the next 10 to 15 years, when the interest rate cycle typically goes in a cyclical fashion. Fortunately, now we are at the bottom, but this interest rate cycle is bound as the momentum of the growth economy picks up. The interest rate cycle is likely to go up, and then with that the attendant risk would be taken care of by an institution like ours. So I expect that yes, some of the changes which we may need to make, or put a cap in terms of commercial bank lending to the infrastructure projects, that has to be brought in some sort of self-discipline by the industry, or if need be by some sort of direction from the government or the central bank may be required in that sense going forward in the long term. But yes, at the outset, I would like to say that I came from the insolvency board. My last tenure was there, so having seen the working and the kind of problems which NPS bring in, so I would love and wish that infrastructure sector sails through smoothly with those kind of conservative computations being made while going for their financial viabilities, while going for their financial structuring, whether going for their the whole project architecture has to incorporate all those kind of issues. And this is going to be challenging in terms of implementational issues. And I would like to compliment the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for taking this at a very, this is a very topical theme at this juncture. And this is probably the flavor of the season, is that yes, infrastructure finance has to grow if the economy has to grow. And then probably India needs also a couple of domestic financial institutions, because that space is like right now quite there is a vacuum in that space. So probably if India has to grow bigger, then we need more players in this ground, and with a wider ambit also, and with a wider pool of funding being made available to the industry. And we expect and hope that yes, something very good will be announced in the coming days by the government. And government is, we are aware that is seriously deliberating on the proposal. So let's hope and wish that something good's come up. With these words, I would like to thank Arnab and Bengal Chamber for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Just before ending with just a quick question to you, that you were discussing something about the cyclical factor of the interest rate, which is, we are fortunate that we are at the lower level right now, but you have also compared that the commercial banks will have will be able to offer at much lower interest rate for the infrastructure finance. So what is the kind of recommendation for particularly this in terms of interest rate that you want to take forward from the Chamber of Commerce?
I would what I was I'm saying was, my issue was that when you are looking at a mix of finance, then the project implementer or the company has to, project executing agency has to look into a basket of sources of finance, not only tying up, suppose it is 1,000 crore project, you end up tying up all with a at 7.5 or what, close to 8, and with all linked to MCLR rates. You know that MCLR is today this, and plus some margin. So it is bound to increase, and then it may go up to 10, 11, 12, let's say after a year or 2 years. Then the whole economics would undergo change. Then at least 30, 40, 50% of your project has to have a stable long-term rate, let's say 9, 9.5 or 10. So then at least based on that, you make project computations and financials. So that is what in terms of evaluating the long-term health.
We will be in touch with your office and we'll take these suggestions. We'll make it a note, and we will, with our proceedings and all, we will make this strong note for our recommendation set. So, and we would of course take your guidance for preparing that note. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to have you with us. With this, we end up this session 2 on infrastructure finance, a bitter spot in new normal economy. Mr. Kumar had expressed that how the overall infrastructure finance is happening in India, and now we will have a quick break before we come to railway infrastructure. We will join exactly at 2:30. Thank you all.
Thank you.
to Mr. S.K. Lohia, IRSC Managing Director and CEO, Indian Railway Station Development Corporation. Over to you, Mr. Lohia.
Thank you very much. First of all, a very, very happy New Year to all the participants.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The Indian Railways is the engine of economic growth in the country, and that is very well established. In fact, the Honorable PM, while inaugurating various railway projects, has been re-emphasizing this fact, Gati se Pragati. So, Indian Railway, in fact, even the dedicated freight corridor, which has been recently inaugurated by Honorable PM. So, there also the entire industrial corridor is getting established, Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor around the dedicated freight corridor. So, that is the importance of contribution. Just a minute. एक मिनट मेरे को मैं अभी एक इसी पे हूँ जस्ट रेलवे का एमडी साहब है वो बात कर लेंगे हाँ बुला लेंगे आप करिए ये ना कि एक सी चल रही थी या सॉरी sorry I was traveling in a car and I was
you're discussing about dedicated freight corridor recently.
Yeah no the police stopped because I had removed my mask. So continuing so essentially as part of the entire economic development responsibility which is on the railways, we are taking up the stations redevelopment. We are working on RLDA and IRSDC together. We are working on a total of 123 stations. These stations, once they are redeveloped, in fact, 2 stations are already in the range that very soon we'll be getting them inaugurated, and we are trying to get them inaugurated by Honorable PM. Just 1 minute. नमस्कार विदाउट मास्क का चलान है हाँ नहीं मैं आई एम सॉरी मेरे को 1 मिनट के लिए बस वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में हूँ आई वाज इन अ मीटिंग सो आई वाज टू जस्ट शो माय फेस तो उसके लिए बस मैंने उतारा था जस्ट 1 मिनट के लिए उतारा था आई नो बाकी लोग देखते हैं ना यार इसको जाने दिया उसको जाने दिया आई नो थैंक यू वेरी मच थैंक यू सॉरी So we are working on this railway stations redevelopment. So I was just mentioning that 2 stations, namely Habibganj and Bhopal, which is the first station taken up on PPP in Indian Railways. So very soon we are going to complete the work, and we are targeting the inauguration by Honorable PM sometime in March. Gandhinagar railway station, which is also a very unique project in the country, where for the first time in the history of the country, we are constructing a 318-room 5-star hotel on top of tracks. So that project is almost ready, and there also we are targeting inauguration by Honorable PM. So whatever dates we get, we are ready for inauguration any day after in the 15th, 16th of January. So depending upon the dates from Honorable PM. So these 2 stations will be the first 2 redeveloped stations in the country. So we are presently working for New Delhi, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, Nagpur, Gwalior, Amritsar, Nellore, so Surat, Udna. So there are about 15 stations for which the RFQs have either been finalized or they are going to be finalized. These redeveloped stations would be essentially leveraging the real estate potential at the station. So where we'll be developing Railopolis, which will be a mini smart city around the station, And the second major source of funding would be the user charges, just like you have at airports, at other highways which get constructed, so you have certain tolls. So it will be some nominal user charges which will be charged from the passengers for use of the redeveloped station facility. So that will be one major source of funding. So that becomes very much investor friendly. So total investment which is envisaged for these projects, 123 projects, is about 50,000 crores. And the real estate which would also happen around all these stations would be roughly about 1 lakh crores. So this is the kind of investment which will definitely give a flip to the entire, I would say, industry in the vicinity. The experience globally shows that a rupee invested in the station's redevelopment gives a return to the society and the city of 3 times. So that is what is going to be the spin-off effect of all these station redevelopment projects. These station redevelopment projects will be joining the 2 sides of the city. Normally, wherever the stations were created, they were created outside the city. And that is why you see that one side of the city got developed. And as the city is growing on the other side, the second entry is also getting commissioned at various major railway stations. But once we redevelop the stations, so we'll be seamlessly connecting both the sides. We are going to do transit-oriented development. Mixed-use development will be there. So we will have housing, commercial, hospitality, so all those kind of developments will be there. In fact, it will promote sustainable urban transport. All the buildings which we are going to construct, so they will be energy efficient buildings. So we would be definitely contributing to the environment rather than degrading the environment. So that is the vision. You will have all the airport-like facilities at the redeveloped stations. You can, and all these redeveloped stations and the Railopolis around them, it will be essentially a 24/7 mini smart city. So that would give impetus to a lot of economic activities, job creation, startup hubs. And now with the facilitation which the government has done for opening of the medical colleges, etc. So hospital colleges, etc. They can also come up near these stations. So we will be promoting walk to work. So the government has given infrastructure status to the entire station development program along with commercial development. IRSDC has been established as or approved as the deemed special planning authority for approving the forest, has also clarified that station development projects along with the commercial development do not require prior environment clearance. So though we will be preparing the environment management plan, as I said, we would be making net zero energy buildings. So we would be taking care of all the environmental aspects, but the prior environment clearance would not be required. So that would also be a great facilitator for the investors. And IRSDC would be acting as a single window clearance. So with that, I would
Thank you.
That if there are any questions, you can ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, with this, I will go straight to Mr. Harsimran Singh, IRSC Chief Project Manager, RVNL, to share his thought.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. I would request to go ahead through a screen, share screen.
Give us 1 second. We are sharing the slides. Yeah, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
As the topic is regarding infrastructure, particularly we are now talking about the infrastructure of the Indian Railways. And as Mr. Loya had told that recently a very big project of Western Dedicated Freight Corridor has been inaugurated by Prime Minister. And as regards another mega project, it has been commenced. This is a high-speed railway from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. So these are giving a signal that even during pandemic, the railway is keeping the flag high. I will be just taking about 10 to 15 minutes. First, I would give an overview of what are on the mega scale, on the national scale, what is the strategy and what are our goals. Then about the railways, and then we will. I will tell something about the RVNL and its role in this pandemic. Our government has kept a goal of US $5 trillion economy, which needs a lot of mass movement. Now it has to be a mass movement in itself. Everybody has to recognize this thing. We have to see that all the regions are developing, and this needs a lot of bridge gapping between the public and private sector performance. And this is the basic thing for which RVNL is working. Next, please. As we can see, we had in 2016-17, we had touched around 9.67% growth. But for becoming a global economy of $5 trillion, we need to grow at 15%. But we have seen a slightly downtrend, and in 2019 and 2020-21, we have gone very down because of this COVID situation. Next, please. As far as railways are concerned, we have to target about 19 kilometers per day of railway tracks, and here I'm very happy to say that in 1920 RVNL, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited itself has created about 600 kilometers of tracks, and this year also a similar or more target would be achieved. And railway electrification is to be done 100% by 2022-23, and here also RVNL is going miles ahead than the other infrastructure units. We have to achieve about 95% punctuality, and all these things are required for making country a global economy. And the high-tech technology has to be there. There have to be high-speed trains, and in this regard, about 20 lakh crore rupees would be invested in next 10 years. And Mumbai, Ahmedabad has already started. Next. There has been a lot of criticism also regarding high-speed railways, but if we see this chart, Japan started in 1964, and had we not started, where would we have been? Next, please. Again, railway and particularly high-speed rails, they are required for sustainable development. We can see that the least fuel consumption per gram per passenger kilometer is only of the high-speed trains. Though planes and private cars are very good, but they are not good for the environment, for sustainable development. Could you please move faster in the slides? Here we can see high-speed trains, they are decongesting. In this regard, NCRTC has also been started with Railways initiative, and they are also there to decongest Delhi and surrounding areas. Here it's an example that for about up to 500 kilometers of journey, high-speed trains will be not only more sustainable environmentally, they would be more sustainable in time units also and energy also. Next, please. Rail Vikas Nigam Limited had been set up as under Rail Vikas Yojana, and about 38 units are there at present, located all across the country. Next, please. Our mission is to give state-of-the-art infrastructure, port connectivity, and in near all types of infrastructure projects. Now we are involved, including metro railways in Kolkata. Next, please. We can see in 25 cities the metros have to be set up, and about 2.5 lakh crores have to be invested only in this in next 10-20 years. A lot of about 9 lakh crore rupees had to be invested in 5 years. वेबिनार चल रहा है 10 मिनट लगेंगे. Next please. Prime Minister has been saying a lot about increasing the infrastructure growth, and RVNL has been given a major role in this. Next. Now we can see that this COVID has created a lot of obstacles as regards infrastructure development. Already we were struggling with the economy, and now COVID has created further more problems. First time in 167 years, the Indian Railway wheel had stopped. So this can give a kind of challenges we are facing. In order to combat COVID situation, a lot of initiatives have been taken by the government, and in our public sector undertakings like RVNL also, a lot of inputs have been given, a lot of liberalization has been done as regards contract management. We have started giving, we have stopped taking deduction of mobilization advance. We have started, just, सर मेरे को 10 मिनट लगेंगे सर, मैं अभी एक वेबिनार में हूँ सर, मेरा वेबिनार चल रहा है सर, मैं अभी बात नहीं कर पाऊंगा 10 मिनट के लिए. Lot of help has been given to laborers also. Lodging for a lodging arrangement, the PSUs have also started, and government is also have started taking care of them. Next, please. So many protocols had been coming during the pandemic time. To overcome this crisis, we had set up a separate link to keep on updating what are the daily updates as regards protocols, so that at any point of time, in any of the projects, the work is not affected. We had taken this crisis as an opportunity, since the railway train movement had, particularly passenger movement had stopped. So a lot of traffic blocks were available to execute the projects on faster track by helping the contractors in one way or the other. And this has helped in creating more than 600 kilometers of doubling and third line projects by RVNL itself. Next, please. We had, since there was a lot of problem regarding logistics, so wherever the contractors were facing difficulty in getting payments, we started giving stage payments, which were not available in the contracts as such. And now further to increase the cash flow, the government has come up with a scheme of giving, not having any bid security in the contracts. And we are also facilitating by further giving out the bank guarantees which had been posited by the contractor, so that there is a better cash flow and they can make good in this crisis situation. This has given us everybody has started learning in this pandemic. One of the best things which has come up is the pre-bid conference through the video conferencing. About 1,500 crores of contracts had been awarded even by just one unit of the RVNL during the pandemic by going ahead with the pre-bid conferences. We made the best use of this, and the balance, all the available balance corridors of elevated corridors of Kolkata Metro, which had been assigned to RVNL. For those, the tenders have been awarded. There was a balance stretch from Mazarhat to Mominpur. For this, we have awarded the contract. Work is going on. And from airport to the balance leg of 4 kilometers from city center to airport, for that also the tender will be awarded in next 2 to 3 days. Next, please. All of us have started, have given our best, and I'm very happy to say that very high value contracts of about 600 crores, they had been awarded in about 17 and 18 days through by even this pandemic situation when there was complete lockdown. Next, please. These are some more measures which have been taken to improve delivery. We have started giving payment directly to the subcontractors because of there were problems, and even to some workers also the direct payments have been made so that they don't feel any problem at any point of time. Next, please. Next, please. So RBNL has been given the role of mobilizing resources in the form of EBRF, and they are doing SPV contracts for private partnership, and all these things have helped us to move ahead even during the pandemic. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. These are just the measures which we have, which I have already mentioned about this. We have released the performance securities. Next, please. Next, please. There has been a now ban about because to counter China's predominance, certain measures have been taken by the government, and we are going more about Make in India. And during these times, so many tendering systems have changed. We have adopted to these. We have gone for Make in India, and I would just show in the next of the slides. Kindly move ahead. Kindly move ahead. Kindly move ahead. Next, please. Next, please. I am very happy to say in the whole country, RBNL has taken a lead, and for this Joka Esplanade Metro Railway, indigenous rails had been developed in through partnering with Jindal, and these are the first time the rails have been manufactured in India and used in any of the metro corridors, or and similarly these will be used in the dedicated freight corridor also. So these are the measures we have taken during this crisis. Thank you. Next, please. Next, next. Next, please. Next, please. These are the works which are going on during this pandemic. During the pandemic, we have made the Noapada Dakshineshwar Metro Railway fit for dedication to the country. Trial runs have already been done, and in next 1 to 2 months, this will be fully functional and used by the passengers. Next, please. These are the cable stayed bridge at Bardhaman had been made. Here also we had gone for Make in India, and we have indigenized the technology which was used in Europe. That technology was transferred, and this cable stay bridge was dedicated to the nation about 1.5 year back to indigenous technology. Thank you. Next, please. Next. Next, please. These are all the measures which had been taken during this pandemic, and we did wonderful work, and about 12,000 crores have already been expenditure has been done by the company in this year, and about 15 to 17,000 crores would be done in this financial year, which would surpass the targets which were achieved last year. And next, please. Next, please. The workers had been given the food technology, etc. And this Joka depot contract was awarded during pandemic. Work has been started by. It was started during the pandemic itself by taking permission from the state authorities by meeting all the protocols, so that we can commission this line in 2021-22. Next, please. Next, please. These are all the protocols which have now become routine in this pandemic. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. So we have started gone for e-office. All the files are cleared through e-office. So these are the things we have which we have learned from Corona. Had this not been there, we would have been struggling with the usual ways. And this technology has now become part of life, and this will ease the business further. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. We have taken benefit of COVID. There were 4 piers which were held up for long because road closures were not coming up. and these were required to be constructed before this Majarhat ROB, which had collapsed. It could be rebuilt. So this COVID gave us the benefit, and we blocked the road, and the piers have been constructed. So similarly, the work has started in Majarhat station, which would otherwise have been extremely difficult for the railway to give blocks without closure of the roads. This is how the Majarhat station is coming up, and soon it will be ready in 1 year. That's all. It was very nice to present this to the audience, and hope the country will go on. We will meet the challenges which have been which have been presented to us by the COVID, and we will fight it, and the country will move further. And we would certainly be global economy as the Prime Minister has dreamed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Now, with this, with a very positive note from Mr. Singh, this country will go on, and with a very elaborate presentation, we will now move to Mr. Praveen Sharma. Mr. Praveen Sharma is a GIS, BIM and virtual construction technology specialist with 20+ years experience of implementing BIM, virtual construction and digital twin technology on 600+ complex projects. Praveen is CEO of the global operations of the BIM engineers, which includes the offices in Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Malaysia, India, UAE, UK, Netherlands, Germany, South Africa and USA. The BIM engineers have done projects in 70+ countries across the globe. Praveen's contribution to the construction industry has been recognized by various international organizations. Praveen has written various books, research papers, articles, and has spoken at various international events across the globe. He is an active member of national and international BIM forums and a regular speaker at conferences and seminars. His project portfolio includes Heathrow Airport, Burj Khalifa, Kingdom Tower, Hong Kong Airport, Delhi Airport, Navi Mumbai Airport, Bangalore Airport, Chennai Airport, Skillful Amsterdam Airport, NCRTC Delhi Meerut High Speed Rail, Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, Singapore MRT, Malaysia KV MRT Metro, Hong Kong High Speed Rail, Eurostar Rotterdam, Netherlands, nuclear power plant in Europe, National Children's Hospital in Dublin, Ireland Police Head Office, data centers in UK and various other high-rise buildings, hospitals, hotels, laboratories and other prestigious projects across the globe. With such a profile and the global experience, I would request Mr. Praveen Sharma to share your thoughts on Indian railway infrastructure, the track that creates pathway of growth, the speed that determines the quantum of growth. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Arnoji, and I must congratulate you and your team to organize such a beautiful managed event. Well worth joining. I am sure the audience will be thrilled after joining this eminent panel of the speakers. With my 2 bits, Arnavji, I'll share my experience about implementing this BIM technology in global projects. So to start with, see, generally my audience confuses with this technology that I am here to sell or propagate any type of software or technology. See, I am from the engineering background and we are service provider, not selling any software or technology. Most of our audience, I am sure, will be aware about BIM, but just for the rest of you, I'll give you some more details how this technology works. Now what we are doing the design in the architectural and engineering offices, and the construction company are doing the construction on site. So there is a gap of communication and the mismatch between the information shared between these 2 major stakeholders in our industry. BIM is a technology which is bridging that gap. That means in computer or sitting in an air-conditioned office, we are not only drawing lines now, we are doing the construction physically, not on site, but virtually on computer screen. That is in nutshell is the background of BIM technology. BIM actually is a digital twin or a 3D replica of the actual building facilities which we are building on ground, but BIM technology, building information modeling, is doing the same in computer. So BIM is a shared knowledge between all the stakeholders in a design and construction project from various stages. In nutshell, to start with, I can give you a background about the benefit of BIM, how it works, and what is on board for all of us. BIM brings lots of benefit: better design, coordination between different design consultants, different design stages, and different design categories like architecture, interior designers, structural, civil, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting, and so on. Site supervision becomes very easy because you have access to the advanced 3D technology sitting on your computer screen or even your smartphone. You can see how the building will look after 2 months of construction. So you can have that leverage of having the building virtually constructed on your screen before it's getting built on site. So these are the major benefit. Clash detection coordination, the technical people will understand this benefit because on site we get so many delays because of various reasons. So those can be mitigated and predicted well in advance. BIM can do value engineering, makes your design more intelligent and efficient. Cost control, you know, we have a history in our design and construction industry. In last, I would say 100 years, we have a history of not completing the projects on time and not completing the project within the estimated budget. 98.6% of our projects are delayed and almost 99.6% of projects are over budgeted. At the end of the day, we spend more money than we estimated at the beginning of the construction project. So these two things, time delays and cost overruns, are major challenges which can be very significantly mitigated using BIM technology. How? Because this claim looks very huge and it looks like it's almost impossible. But with BIM, I'll show you some of the case study towards the end of this presentation to prove that global research and surveys says BIM has that capacity to bring the control over the project cost, make it better, and to complete the project on time. Remaining construction sequencing, you have the building virtually available, digital twin is available. To give you more insight, Mr. Sani has shown some nice figures in the previous presentation. To continue with the same sense of scale, I can show you some figures that how the construction industry looks globally. Right now, it's globally $7 trillion economy. The largest industry in the world is construction industry, and it has the least exposure to the latest technology. All the other industry like aviation, communication, transportation, banking, automobile, they have invested huge into research and development and come up with a new technology, and they have adopted those technology quite well. Our industry, which is design and construction industry, is very slow in technology adoption. Indian defense construction is huge. Overall, Indian construction industry is 563 billion construction industry, and the growth is enormous. In next 5 to 7 years, I see lots of investment going into construction industry, especially in India, and in India also in the infrastructure, rail, highway, airports, metros, high-speed trains, bullet trains, hyperloops. Mr. Sani has shown a figure that 25 new metros are coming up in 25 new cities across India. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are now developing their own metro system. And BIM technology has that advantage of making it digital twin. We can make the complete building, all the facility, including the stations, the tracks, corridors, even the commercial facilities, automatic ticket collection systems, everything using virtual construction technology. Potential of saving, if you see the third last line in this PowerPoint, it is huge. BIM brings that value addition it can save around 20% of the total construction cost by making the design more intelligent, by avoiding the clashes and coordination issues, by having more predictable quantities and cost estimates. And to achieve the saving of 20%, of course, BIM requires some sort of investment, but that comes in the range of 1%. It's like one of the major investment into the construction industry where you can save 20% additional just by implementing or investing 1% of the total construction cost. So saving versus 20:1. If you spend $1 in the BIM implementation technology, you will be able to save at least 20 euros or $20. Automation or intelligence plays a huge role in this process. History of BIM, just for the beginners, I can show you some background. People used to do pencil drafting, then they came into computer screen, starting drafting. With BIM, we have the history of doing the 3D construction technology, which is as good as the construction done on site. So all the stakeholders in construction process, they talk to each other. Process of decision making, design development are shorter, simpler, better, more automated, less errors, more accuracy, less rework. Cost of redundancy or repetition of work goes down by using BIM. All these stakeholders, whether architects, managers, manufacturers, even owners who is going to live with that building or that facility for next 50, 70, 100 years, can use BIM efficiently for their own benefits. BIM brings customized benefit, better outcome through collaboration, cost can be controlled better, improved coordination by predicting the clash areas or problematic areas, pre-construction visualization, you can see the building, how it will look after the completion of the construction. You can walk inside the building using computer screen. It can save lots of hassle on site to reduce the cost of the time. Safety can be improved because BIM is actual, BIM is real, and it gives you that authority. If it's working on computer screen, there are chances that things on site will also go smooth. So we call it fit first time technology. Reduce of wastage. In our construction industry, we have a history of demolishing the building 2 to 3% even before the completion. We see lots of debris, the construction waste on construction site. With BIM technology, that can be reduced significantly. From initial design stage to the tender stage, during the life cycle of construction program, BIM has significance at various stages. So from the pre-design stage to schematic, design development, construction documents, permit negotiations, tenders, bidding and construction, even facility management, BIM can be used for all these stages in design and construction process. Where we have everything in X, Y and Z direction, linking that to the project management schedule to generate the 4D construction sequencing, linking the cost and quantity data to generate 5D, 60 for the sustainability green building analysis, 70 for the project BIM life cycle after completion of the project, 8D is include the simulations, natural calamities, earthquake, fire and wind calculations, to the 9D. We can use BIM in all stages in a construction process. Now I'll share some details about my organization. The BIM engineers, we are global leaders in implementing this 3D BIM technology. I'll show you some of the case study after a couple of slides. We have more than 350 architects and engineers working on more than 65 countries. Our global presence, I am currently sitting in our building in Delhi NCR. That's our head office of building of India and Asia region. In Netherlands, we are basically a Dutch company. So Netherlands is our main global head office. Then we have offices in Germany, UK, Panama, USA, South Africa, UAE, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Malaysia. So these are our global presence. The building on your screen is our European head office building. Now you see the building where I am currently sitting. That's in Delhi NCR, Gurgaon. That's our India head office. Our staff members, we organize lots of training for our staff members to upgrade their skill set, because BIM is all about keeping you updated about the technologies. So the BIM engineers spend lots of energy and manpower into learning and implementing the latest cutting edge technology in construction projects. Let me show you some of the projects where we have recently implemented. I'll start with a mega project like airport, metro, high-speed rail, bullet train. Then I'll come to hospital, hotel, data center, buildings. One of our ongoing project is Bangalore International Airport, where we have implemented 3D BIM technology for architectural, structure, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire, facade, fabrication, baggage handling system, elevations, interior design. For this project, we are almost working 18 months now, and the BIM is implemented to the fullest extent in the first Indian airport project, where BIM is being used for facility management and integration of the facility management and operation and maintenance data. New Delhi Airport Extension Terminal 1, that is coming up. Our team is implementing BIM on Delhi Airport project. Navi Mumbai Airport, we have recently started. That's a greenfield airport project, freshly built. Just yesterday, our team has also started working on this Jewar Airport, Noida International Airport project. Chennai International Airport, Rajiv Gandhi Airport in Hyderabad, Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, Netherlands, to Hong Kong Airport. We have done BIM on these projects. Now I'll share some high-speed rails. Mumbai Metro, Phase 3 and Phase 2. National Capital Regional Transport Corporation, we are doing a couple of work for them. Tai Seng MRT facility in Singapore. Pune Metro. Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, we have done 52-kilometer long metro station with 35 stations. Longest line in Malaysia for metro and high-speed rail. We started working on the high-speed rail between Singapore and Malaysia, but that project is stalled now. Currently, we are doing Chennai Metro. Hong Kong, we have done the world's largest underground high-speed rail terminal with 16 platforms across 7 different levels. Eurostar checkup facility in Rotterdam, Netherlands. We have done BIM on this project. Mass rapid transit system, high-speed rail in UK, Euston. Along with this, we are currently working on Delhi Metro Phase 4 to implement BIM. Phase 3 we have done, recently completed. Patna Metro is an ongoing BIM project for us. Now almost all the infrastructure projects, rail, metros, high-speed rails, airports, they have mandated use of BIM. By default, we accept that most of the projects use computer or at least CAD technology, computer aided design and drafting, CAD and CADD technologies. That is by default understandable in the construction industry in India and globally. No more architects and engineers are using pencil paper drafting boards. Similarly, in advanced countries, now BIM has become a de facto standards in building industries and infrastructure industries. Wherever you have linear projects, BIM bring more benefit in terms of the route planning, cost optimization, elevation levels, coordinations, and differentiation between the contour levels. So BIM is very useful for the linear infrastructure projects. That's why most of the construction industry across the globe, they are now mandating the use of BIM technology on their projects. Scandinavian countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, they have mandated BIM long back, maybe 2012-13. Dubai municipality has mandated in 2018. Singapore Building Construction Authority (BCA) has mandated the use of BIM. In Singapore, Malaysian government is also adopting BIM large way. UK is very advanced in the adoption of BIM. They have even gone up to level 2 and level 3 adoption of BIM. Spain, Netherlands, Germany, they are also started implementing BIM on most of their construction projects. Across the globe, there are a huge rush to implement BIM. And most of those countries are looking for the trained and experienced manpower to do BIM for them. The BIM engineers is one such leading player in the construction industry who has sufficient manpower to cater the global requirement for the building information modeling industry. On my screen, I can show you a large high-skilled residential development in London, Pentavia. Angel Lane is a commercial building in London. We have implemented BIM recently. Cokestown is a mixed-use development in Dublin, Ireland. Residential development in UK, condominium development in Netherlands, to mixed-use development again in Netherlands, Colin Keith. Museum Plus, that's in Hong Kong, Macau Island. Morley Hospital in UK. Hospitals are very challenging and difficult building to coordinate because they have so many additional supply systems. Their air conditioning system is difficult. Their medical gases systems and building management systems are different. So the more complex building is, BIM brings more benefit. High-rise apartments, we have implemented BIM. Hotels industry are very challenging. We are doing lots of global projects in hotels, commercials, residentials, football stadiums. If the building's shape and size are unique, BIM is the, I would say, go-to technologies for using on complex building structures. We have done lots of projects with renowned architects like Norman Foster, Zaha Hadid. Mall of Netherlands is one such very nice building, very unique design. We also do defense projects, theaters, residentials, for manufacturers, solar design, commercial buildings. So BIM brings lots of benefit for all sort of design and construction projects. With this, I'll show you a small video and then I will conclude this presentation with some question and answers. You can ask me any questions after this video. Let me start this video.
Through BIM, the construction sector is undergoing a digital revolution, and we are in the front line of that revolution. BIM is a new way of working, where we approach construction with another mindset. To understand this, we need to see that with BIM, everything is connected. BIM brings together all of the information about every element of a building in one place. BIM makes it possible to access that information for any purpose in the building's life cycle. But it is even more. BIM is information modeling, information management, and process management in a team environment with the same standards for everyone involved. The central point is no longer a 3D model, but a database with access for everyone. The team can exist by members of different companies to work together on one project. BIM creates value from the combined efforts of people, process, and technology. It is a cost-effective method of setting up a new project and being flexible and open for both the client, engineers, and contractors. Because of BIM, we are no longer limited by human borders. The BIM engineers work on projects worldwide. We use BIM as a future-proof solution to design and invent new ways to shape our surroundings and build the cities of the future.
These are our global offices, addresses. You can note down my contact details. You can find me on all social media platforms. You can connect me for any question and answers. I know this time slot was very small, so I had to speed up the process to cover lots of slides. So please excuse me for the fast pace of showing the slide and speaking. I want to cover the maximum possible in the given 15 minutes. With this, I'll conclude my presentation and you can ask me any questions if you have, and after the conference also, you can contact me in person. Back to you, Arnavji.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. We just we're waiting for a technical glitch. We just wanted to end the slideshow and come back to the normal vision.
Yeah, meantime, the audience can type their questions in the question and answer this toolbox.
Yeah, sure. So let me just quickly check that whether there is any questions.
As Arnavji, as they say, difficult time requires difficult measures. In this time, people are not able to physically connect to the conferences, so you have organized this wonderful session to connect people virtually.
Thank you. There are certain questions like, are we considering prefabricated steel building solutions?
Very intelligent question, Arnavji. Yes, wherever there are complex, see in Europe there is lack of space, and in India also we are renovating lots of historical building and the old structures where we don't have enough space because those areas are very complicated and congested.
Pravinji, I would sorry for stopping you for a second. We would request you to kindly put your video on.
Okay, 1 minute, because there is a glitch with my application. Actually, my video is on, but I don't know why you are not able to see it.
Okay.
But I can continue the answering the question.
Sure. Please.
Sure. So regarding the prefab buildings and prefabricated structure, wherever we have less space on site, we can go to the factory, make the building prefabricated, and bring them on site and just weld or tight these screws. That is the use of pre-construction and prefab technology. Many construction companies are using it whenever the space is congested. They are using this technology there.
Okay, now does this prefabricated steel building solution that you're talking about for these constructions of hotels or high-rise building, etc., is any kind of barricading is a mandate?
Right, sir. Yes, it is mandated for the safety purpose. Prefabricated and steel buildings, they are fast to construction, and even in the some of the country where concrete does not suit the environment or weather conditions, we have to go the steel route, and it is faster, better, and in some cases it is cheaper also.
Okay.
In India also it is being used in many large scale construction projects now.
Barricading.
Right, sir.
Okay, and what is it? I just wanted to know, for the not for the technical aspect but for an academic interest, what material is used basically for this barricading?
Sir, it could be 2 ways. In depending on the environment or weather condition. Generally the steel.
Generally the steel. Okay.
Yes. In some cases, yeah, depending on the condition, it could be wood also.
Okay.
But mostly steel, Yeah.
Apart from steel or apart from metals, have you ever come across with any other kind of thing using for barricade?
Wood, sir. Wood. If you have plenty of woods available, yes.
Okay. So thank you. With this, I think we would come to an end of the session. It was a very interesting feedback ranging from Mr. Lohia to Mr. Harsimran Singh, and a lot of technical specs that we have come to know from Mr. Sharma. Now, any one of you, any participants wants to connect with Mr. Sharma, Mr. Singh, or Mr. Lohia, or any of the speaker, may kindly contact with us. You may send an email to us at ornob@bengalchamber.com, so that if you have any further queries which you have not asked over here at this platform, you may definitely connect with all the speakers through us. With this, I end the session 3, Indian Railway Infrastructure. Once again, we thank you, all our sponsors, gold sponsors JSW, silver sponsors IWAI and IIFCL, and all the participants. We thank you all for participating. We would be waiting for the valedictory session, the regulatory aspect to boost infra financing. Our special guest, Mr. P.R. Jayashankar, the Managing Director of IIFCL, would be joining in a couple of minutes at 3:35 p.m. We'll be back at 3:35 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Welcome everyone. The valedictory session with the Managing Director of IFCL, Mr. P.R. Jayashankar is here with us. Mr. Jayashankar brings with him a rich experience of over 32 years in development banking and financial domains, handling top management and board level roles in the infrastructure, mortgage finance and capital market sectors. Before the current position, he was the Executive Director of National Housing Bank. He has served as Director and CEO IFCL Projects Limited, Chairman Board of Trustee of IFCL Asset Management Company Limited, and Chief General Manager IFCL. He was also on the board of India Mortgage Credit Guarantee Corporation and IFCI Factors Limited. He specializes in structured project finance, new financial product development, development initiatives, risk management and other functions. He is known for having structured the first ever mortgage securitization transaction in India and a number of other structured financial solutions such as credit enhancement, takeout finance and reverse mortgages. He has been actively engaged in assisting the government in its various committees on sectoral policies, which includes leading the initiative for formation of the first dedicated credit enhancement company for the infrastructure sector. He is also a leading member of Project Finance Group of the Inter-Ministerial Steering Committee for financing of infrastructure investment under the National Infrastructure Pipeline, announced by the Government of India. Mr. Jayashankar holds a Master Degree in Technology from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and is an MBA Finance from the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University. Our topic is regulatory aspect to boost infra financing. With this, I'll hand it over to Mr. P.R. Jayashankar to express his views. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I must compliment the Bengal Chambers for its apt, move to have this program in the midst of, or maybe I would say almost, hopefully speaking that it's nearing the end, this pandemic situation. So I think looking at it from a business perspective for the infrastructure as well as all the other sectors in the economy, I think it's a very, very apt move to kind of have this kind of dialogue and re-strategizing the infrastructure, aspects. That is something, again, which is again very, very apt at this stage. So looking at it from that point of view, we have a necessity to grow, that we all know. The growth in GDP, which was 4.2%, and which contracted to 4.2% and which contracted below that, probably it is expected to come below that this year. And the kind of impetus that is needed to kind of push it. These are very, very difficult times where you need extraordinary efforts to do that. Extraordinary efforts from different areas and different policy perspectives. We have already seen, how the impact has been delivered. The impact is quite unprecedented. There is a delay in most of the projects. The delays would, in turn, culminate into cost overruns, which have to be addressed. In other words, we have an economic prospect which is very, very severely impacted by the lockdown-induced disruptions to supply and demand sided factors. This is the bottom line. On other side, we have certain silver linings and certain support systems in terms of the regulatory aspects, which have been, the moratorium-induced supports, which have, to a certain great extent, saved the day for many of the infrastructure projects. Though, of course, the damage which is actually, the impact which is actually delivered happens to be quite huge. This would definitely, help in ameliorating certain financial shortfalls which would definitely be there. So I think this is a very, very aptly timed regulatory move by the Reserve Bank of India for infrastructure projects. This is at the outset. Now, since the whole seminar is about re-strategizing, we must definitely understand what has been the kind of strategy so far in order to re-strategize. The strategy has been to promote public-private partnerships. Till 2016, 2017, the PPPs were quite in vogue, and they were quite in the uprise. Ever since then, we have seen a kind of a retarding effect, and we have seen the emergence of the HAM, the hybrid annuity model, and we have seen a number of areas being promoted with public expenditure and public procurements. Mainly because the investor interest, the private investors' interest in the public-private partnerships waned. The reasons, as we have now begun to understand very clearly, were those of certain structural issues in the sense the issues which related to land acquisitions, the approval systems, multiple approvals by multiple agencies, multiple ministries, the kind of systems that, impede developmental, impede the pace of development of the projects. Apart from that, we have certain other contractual issues where the projects, because infrastructure projects are always long-term, having long-term gestations, 15 years, above 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, metro projects even being 60 years. So 60 years, 50 years, 30 years, even 30 years is a generation. So these are all generational aspects which needs to be considered. So if you're going to have a financing mechanism, it has to actually look at whole generation of what changes could take place during that particular period, which is quite difficult to ascertain at this point in time. So the contractual issues, having very rigid term structures and very rigid trigger points without having any flexibility for the dynamism of the long-term nature of infrastructure projects. Then we had the legal issues, the arbitration and the court proceedings, which took a lot of time. And then, of course, the aggressive bidding by various concessionaires, which again, led to, a kind of a competitive herding. And after they got the projects, they had very little room to kind of, deal with inflation and other parameters. And obviously, even a little bit of cost overrun meant that project had to face a number of issues. So these were some of the major issues which were, dogging the sector. Apart from that, you had the financial issues. I'll come to the financial issues shortly, but the non-financial aspects which I just talked about, they mainly pertain to a kind of a concession which needs to be flexible. Flexible in nature, in the sense that you need to kind of have a leeway for the developers to kind of take a call, to exit, to recycle. All these aspects have to be built in. that means we need a concession which is actually much more detailed in nature. It has to contain aspects of the bidding system. The bidding system, again, as far as the bidding system is concerned, we have always relied on the L1, the least costly, procurement. Now, whether that is a right or whether that is the only option, whether we should not look at the least present value method. So all these things are some things which have to be pondered upon, because the least present value is again an inbuilt mechanism for adjusting the concession period. There is no need of any renegotiation clause or anything like that in between. So, which we are talking of today. So, as the time goes by, if there is any change in the environmental factors, the concession period adjusts itself according to the value of the revenue at that particular point in time. So these are some things which which are of contractual natures need to be brought in. One more thing is the aspects relating to the tripartite nature of the concessions needs to be recognized. Today, the concession agreement is signed between the concessionaire and the concessioning authority. Lenders who hold at least 70% of the stake in the project by way of their loan needs to also be brought to as a party. That is when all the issues of the lenders would be solved. Otherwise, there would continue to remain in the system where you have issues like termination payments and so on and so forth, which would actually continue to remain unaddressed. So I think the only way actually, as far as the regulatory aspects in the non-financial aspects are concerned, we need the lender's presence in the entire concession. Apart from that, the independent regulation and independent regulator who can address and redress the issues, the disputes quickly and more aptly, that also is needed to be put in place. In short, these all are recommendations which have already been given in the Vijay Kelkar committee report. So if we go about implementing the recommendations given in the Vijay Kelkar report, all these aspects relating to regulations in the non-financial issues would get absolutely covered. Now coming to the financial issues. The financial issues contain certain aspects like the bank financing, whether the banks are the right vehicles for financing infrastructure projects, because 80% of the bank funding comes from liabilities which are up to 5 years or maybe 5 to 7 years. And if they have to finance an asset which is 15 years or more, and in the normal sense, if you look at the long gestations of infrastructure projects, one would like to go for even 25, 30 years. If we are looking at that kind of financing, and that kind of financing is more apt for infrastructure, because ultimately user charges, the DSCR, the viability, all these aspects would actually get much better if the tenor of the infrastructure loan is elongated to a greater extent. The longer the tenor, the better the project viability, the lower the user charges, the better the DSCR, and so on and so forth. So for getting a longer tenor, you need an asset liability profile which is actually suited. Whereas the bankers' liability profile in India today it's not only in India, everywhere across the world, it's not very long. But in such an environment, how are you supposed to address long-term financing? This is the question mark which comes today. Now, one aspect is a medium-term strategy where you have a large institution, a development finance institution, who can cater to almost all the aspects of the long-term financing of large infrastructure projects like the Vendes or the Brazil or KfW of Germany or China Development Bank of China. There are so many examples. That is a medium-term strategy, and that's a medium-term alternative. But in the short term, what is to be done? how does this work in the other parts of the world globally? Look at the Channel Tunnel, the Euro Tunnel, which connects the France and London, the UK and France through London, Paris. 50 kilometers under the sea. I think it's about over $1 trillion the costing. 203 banks finance and 99-year lease. Lease is supposed to get over by about 2086 or so. But does it mean that entire 203 banks went together? No. The part is the parcel financing, the relay financing. Every 5 years, every 6 years or so, a set of banks come for the financing. After that period is over, they actually hand over the baton, hand over the assets to another fresh set of banks. So I think the way it goes on is actually it's relayed. The asset is relayed from one set of banks to another set of banks to cover, parcels of time frames to cover the entire concession period. That means this kind of a system would enable a longer amortization as far as the project is concerned. And the project, because of the longer amortization, would need lesser repayments in the over the years. Lesser repayment, better DSCR, debt service, better viability, lesser user charges. That is revenue. And the Channel Tunnel has been
Unfortunately, we have lost the connection. Just coordinating once again with his office. Just wait for a few minutes to kind of re-log in. Discussing about initially he has described about the structural issues, the how the PPP model has not been enabled to kind of take it forward, the infrastructure finance growth in the country, then the various contractual issues that he has talked about, the rigid term structure, because of all the infrastructure projects have long-term gestation period. So there is a generation aspects, and the dynamism of the contract of the contractual issues were somehow absent, and there were aggressive bidding, which has led to a very aggressive competition, and people have the developers have very little scope of adjusting factors like inflations and all. And then he has touched base about the tripartite nature of the concession agreement, and then he has described the financial aspects of financial issues for the bank financing. Particularly, we have seen that with the kind of who is holding the share of 18% with the liabilities, the tenure is up to 5 to 7 years. But if of the 15 years or more, whether it's a liability profile is suitable for the banks. So how to address this problem? One way of addressing is the medium-term strategy that he has discussed about, and another is but in the short term, what would be the kind of remedy? In the short term, he had given an example of the Euro Tunnel with UK and France with 50 kilometers under the sea. which involves around 203 banks with $1 trillion over the 99 years of. So we have, and he has explained how the 203 banks has not financed the whole $1 trillion with simultaneously. And how the relay financing over 4 to 5 years have kind of have worked. How few set of banks rather finance for 4 to 5 years and then hand over the assets to another fresh set of banks, with another fresh set of banks to take it forward. So we have just listened to this, and Mr. Jaishankar is back with us, and we would like to listen more from him. Jaishankar sir, can you hear us?
Yeah,
yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I think there was a
There was. No issue. We have briefly discussed what you have said just right now. So we were still discussing that how few sets of banks have handed over after there's a relay financing concept, and over to 4 to 5 years, a few set of banks have supported the project and then hand over the assets to another fresh set of banks to take it forward.
Why doesn't it happen today in India? The banks, that is only because the banks are not very enthusiastic about this kind of approach in India today. Why? Because we don't have a regulatory framework which is conducive to make this happen. The Reserve Bank of India needs to make some revisions in its regulatory framework, at least allowing refinance of standard assets. Standard assets means those assets without any default, delay, or something like that. Good assets, only for the purpose of keeping the project viability in mind. You need to kind of, have this kind of regulation which actually is more conducive. Otherwise, today's regulation more or less inhibits this kind of a system, because in case, one set of bank takes a decision about financing an infrastructure project ab initio, the regulations say that if it is transferred to anyone else, if it is refinanced at a later date, at a different terms, after different term and condition, then you need to treat that as restructuring. Even though the asset may be a good asset, and it might be a going concern, it might be a going asset, it might be a very well-paying asset. All those things are there. But if the terms and condition changes, then you need to kind of change the status of the asset into restructuring one. So I think, and restructuring means it attracts more provisions. If it attracts more provisions, nobody would like to have a restructured assets with greater provisions in their balance sheet, and obviously lenders will not be enthused to kind of do this kind of a transaction, which is not the case elsewhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, if you have infrastructure financing, its long-term nature is actually decided by the way in which they actually divide the time frames for financing the whole the project till it attains the whole moratorium of a long term. So I think we need to get into that kind of a thing too, which is a solution, a short-term solution, without much of involvement of any budgetary allocations or something like that. We can straight away get this action on. That is a regulatory requirement which is going to happen. And other than that, if we are looking at long-term growth, a long-term and a high growth, and if we need, if we are looking at the GDP's, the expansion, obviously the central engine for this purpose will be infrastructure. We need more projects. From 2000 to 2020, we have seen the growth of a number of projects in different sectors. First, we had the roads, then came the energy, energy in the sense the thermal energy, then which shifted to, the focus shifted to renewables, then gas, hydro, then you had airports, private airports, you have ports, then you have urban infrastructure. Now we have, all the while the project size kept increasing, the complexities of technology kept increasing. Today we have the metros, we have high-speed rails, we have the requirements of long and huge bridge networks, road bridges, rail bridges, and we have now we are venturing into space, nuclear technology. So when we are looking at mega projects today, they need larger quantum and they are more complex. So we need not only large number of large lenders, we also need longer term. We need a more highly specialized skills to kind of appraise this project and to ensure the financial viability. So I think these are the aspects one has to consider if we need to look at the future of infrastructure financing, and regulations must aptly be adaptable to kind of make all these things happen in the future. I think this is a holistic solution that needs to be kind of put in place. It's nothing. It's not rocket science. It's just a little bit of understanding of the structured finance, because earlier infra used to be a kind of a traditional financial traditional financial mechanism would be actually used to finance infrastructure projects. But today the paradigm shift is from the traditional financing to structured financing. We need to look at each and every aspect of the project. It's because it's very, very complex in nature and very huge. And structured finance solutions need to be, put in place. At the same time, bond market and debt securities also are very, very important in the whole context. They also form a part of. They can also form a part of the financial structure, particularly after the completion and after the project starts earning revenue. So we must bring the bond market when the project starts earning revenue. That is also a part of the structuring which needs to happen. So it's a whole package which is required. And the bond market is actually regulated by SEBI. The loan market is regulated by RBI. So I think there needs to be a kind of a dialogue between the regulators as also in this regard. So I think you had given me about 20-25 minutes. And I'm sorry, because irrespective of the breakage in between, I have overshot my time limit.
No, absolutely, sir. It's a pleasure. So, in short, we need to transform from traditional finance to structural finance, and regulators should look into how to leverage this. From one market to debt security, and after the project starts revenue, how they can leverage from that. And we have you have touched base with the firstly the regulatory aspects, and then you have talked about the contractual issues and how the dynamism is absent in the contractual issues. Then you have touched base about the tripartite nature of the concession agreement, and also that different whether the banking, whether the infrastructure financing through banks, whether they are the liability profile of the banks are suitable in terms of long term, because one way is the medium term strategy, but in the short term, what would be the kind of strategy that you have talked about relay financing, and why not the regulators encourage for doing such things, which is a global standards anywhere else. So why not India would be doing that? It's an excellent kind of sharing your thoughts. We are really indebted to you for sharing your time and thought with us. We'll be coming up with the proceedings of the entire conclave, and we'll be sharing that with you so that you can also, sir, help us in guiding us some recommendations so that we can share with the relevant ministries and the relevant departments and can reiterate the needs of the hour. And with this, we would definitely conclude the infrastructure conclave session over here, and we are really thankful to all of you, to all the speakers, to all the sponsors, gold sponsors JSW Cement, silver sponsors IWAI, IIFCL, without which we won't be able to organize in such a manner. And we look forward to come up with various pertinent issues in infrastructure line with the guidance of people like you. With this, we end the E-Conclave over here. Thank you all
Thank
of
you.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.